The Thing by the Canal by Jake. I wasn't going to post this because every time I bring it up in person, people look at me like I'm trying to start a campfire story. But it's been a few months and it's still bothering me, so maybe someone else will have something similar. It happened back in late October, just after 11 p.m., on the back road that runs from Coeur d'Alene out toward Fernon Lake. I'd just finished a long shift and decided to take the old canal route home, instead of the main highway. It's quieter, no traffic, and I like driving that way when my head's buzzing from the day. There's a point where the road gets especially narrow, with trees growing up tight on both sides like a tunnel. The canal runs parallel to the road on the right, sluggish water about 10 feet across, with cattails and reeds coming out of it like hair. No lights out there, just the glow of my high beams. I had the radio off. Everything was pitch black except for the cones of light ahead. About halfway through, something crossed the beam really fast. My first thought was deer. It leapt across from the left side of the road toward the canal. I hit the brakes out of reflex, but what I saw wasn't shaped like a deer. It moved too fluidly, too upright. Not fully upright, though, like someone running at a crouch. I remember the color of it because that's the part that stands out to me the most. There wasn't any fur, and it wasn't really skin. It had this dull, slippery sheen, almost like wet rock, but patchier, ragged in places. The head was thin, too small for the shoulders, hanging forward like it was dragging it. And the limbs, they bent wrong. I stopped right there on the road, engine idling. I just sat and stared at the reeds it had gone into, waiting for movement. I didn't hear a splash, even though it had gone toward the canal. I heard my own car cooling, little ticks of metal popping. My chest hurt, I was so still. And then I noticed the smell. Kind of like lightning and clay. If you've ever been near a transformer that's about to go out, it's that tang, but heavier and thicker. I thought maybe something under the car was burning, so I killed the engine. Once the noise stopped, I realized the smell wasn't coming from my car. It was coming from the canal. There was this weird blue-white shimmer over the water. If you've ever seen the reflection off a TV screen on a wall, it looked like that, flickering around the edges but with no visible source. I thought maybe power lines, but there really aren't any out there. I know that area. I fish there in the summer. I got out of the car with my flashlight on. Stupid, I know. But it felt like if I didn't look, it would just keep bugging me. The smell got stronger when I stepped closer to the water. It stung my eyes a little. The reeds were parting, slow and steady, like someone dragging a leg through. I aimed the light there, and for a split second, I saw it again. Half submerged, still crouched, but facing me now. I couldn't really make out a face, just two pits where light didn't catch. And then the whole shimmer over the water pulsed, like a ripple in the air, and the thing was gone. My phone cut out right then. The whole thing went black. When I got back to the car, the dash clock had reset. The time was blinking 12 o'clock like the power had gone out. My car isn't old. It doesn't just do that. I drove home shaking. It's about 15 minutes from there to where I live, but it felt longer. The weirdest part came when I checked my phone once I got inside. The clock said 1:37 a.m. I had left work at 10:45 and I wasn't more than, 15 minutes from home when that happened, like I said. I should have been home an hour earlier. I didn't black out. I remember driving. I remember every turn, every bump in the road. But somewhere in there, there's a gap. It's like remembering a movie scene and realizing one is missing. I can't fill it in no matter how many times I go over it. I went out there again the next weekend, during the day this time, but didn't see anything. The reeds were all matted down like something big had gone through. But that's normal near the canal. I told myself it was just an elk or a moose, but that shimmer and the time thing just doesn't line up with that. I've had weird stuff happen before, but nothing like this. The part that bothers me the most is what happened a week later. I woke up at about 3 a.m. to a sound outside my window, sort of a high-pitched hum. My room felt charged, like the way the air feels before a storm. I got up and pulled the curtains back just enough to look out. The street was empty, but the hum was right there, hanging in the air like tinnitus you could almost touch. And then my TV turned on by itself. Pure white screen. No signal, just the light. My phone was dead again, battery at 0. After about 10 seconds, the sound stopped, and everything went silent again. The TV shut off. The phone powered back up like nothing had ever happened. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I drove to work early just to get out of the house. I told a few friends and they joked that maybe I got abducted, like it's funny. Maybe it is, if it didn't happen to you. But I know what I saw out there by the canal, and I know something happened with the time. It's not imagination. The only physical thing I have from that night is the smell. There's a jacket in my closet from that drive that still reeks of that same burned clay electrical scent. I've washed it twice. It just doesn't go away. I don't go that way home anymore. Even during the day, I stick to the highway. I can't prove any of it, but I know that what I saw was not an animal. In fact, I don't think it was from here at all. The Lights Off Asetig Island by Derek P. I went camping on Asetig Island in late September last year with 2 friends from college. For those who don't know, Asetig is a barrier island that sits between Maryland and Virginia, known mostly for the wild horses that live there. The Maryland side has a national seashore with backcountry camping sites right on the beach. You have to hike in about 4 miles from the parking area, and the sites are primitive. No facilities or fresh water, just sand and ocean. We got there on a Thursday afternoon, trying to avoid the weekend crowds. The weather forecast was clear, temps in the low 60s during the day and mid-40s at night. Perfect conditions. We set up camp at Site 7, which is tucked into the dunes about 75 yards back from the waterline. By the time we had everything sorted, it was getting dark, maybe 7:30 or so. My buddy Jason wanted to walk down to the beach and check out the stars, since there's 0 light pollution out there. Kevin and I stayed at camp to get the food situation figured out. We were cooking dinner when we heard Jason yelling from the beach. He came running back up through the dunes, saying we needed to come see something. We followed him back down to the water. He pointed south along the shoreline and said to watch. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, I noticed lights out over the ocean, maybe a mile offshore. 3 of them arranged in a triangle pattern. They were bright white, steady, hovering maybe 100 feet above the water's surface. My immediate thought was Coast Guard helicopters, but there was no sound. The ocean was relatively calm, and we could hear the waves clearly. There was no engine noise or rotor wash. The lights just sat there, stationary, for a good 2 minutes. Then they started moving north in formation, parallel to the shoreline. Slow. They traveled maybe half a mile and then stopped again. Kevin pulled out his phone to record them, but his battery was dead, even though he'd charged it in the car. Jason tried his phone, and the same thing happened. Mine was back at camp, so I ran to get it. When I got back to the beach, maybe 3 minutes later, the lights were gone. Jason and Kevin said they had just disappeared. They just switched off simultaneously, like somebody turning out the lights. We stood there debating what we'd seen for probably 20 minutes. Kevin was convinced it was a military aircraft from the base at Wallops Island, doing some kind of exercise. Jason thought maybe it was boats with searchlights. I had no explanation that made sense given the lack of sound and the way they'd moved. We went back to camp and ate dinner. The conversation kept circling back to the lights. Around 10 p.m., we heard splashing sounds coming from the beach. Heavy, rhythmic splashing, like something large moving through shallow water. We grabbed flashlights and went to investigate. The tide was going out, so there was a wide stretch of wet sand between the dunes and the waterline. We scanned the beach with our flashlights, but didn't see anything. The splashing had stopped. We walked south about 100 yards, checking the water's edge. Nothing. Then Kevin stopped and told us to kill the lights. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, but once they did, I could see what he was pointing at. There were things in the water, dark shapes, maybe 8 to 10 of them, moving parallel to shore, about 50 yards out. They'd surface briefly and then go back under, too big to be dolphins, too coordinated to be random debris. We watched them for several minutes. They seemed to be pacing back and forth along the same stretch of beach, right in front of our campsite. Every now and then, one would come closer to shore, near enough that I could see it disturbing the water, creating a wake. But I never got a clear look at what they actually were. The moon was only a sliver, and the visibility was awful. Jason wanted to get closer. He started walking toward the water, and immediately the shapes moved farther out. He stopped, and they stopped. He took another step, and they moved again, maintaining the same distance. It reminded me of how wild animals behave when they're wary but curious, keeping their space but not running off completely. We went back to camp at around 11:30. I was exhausted from the hike and ready to sleep. But Jason and Kevin wanted to stay up and keep watch. I crawled into my tent and crashed. I woke up sometime around 3 a.m. to the sound of singing. That's the only way I can describe it. It was coming from the ocean, a vocalization that sounded almost human, but not quite. Multiple voices overlapping, creating this weird harmony. The pitch would rise and fall in waves. It went on for maybe 5 minutes, and then stopped abruptly. I unzipped my tent and looked outside. Jason and Kevin were both awake, sitting by the dead fire pit, staring toward the beach. I asked if they'd heard it, and they both nodded. Kevin's face looked strange in the moonlight. He seemed shaken. We sat there for another hour in complete silence. The singing didn't start again, but we could hear movement in the water. Splashing, sometimes close to shore and sometimes farther out. Around 4:30, the sky started to lighten, and the sounds stopped completely. When it was fully light, we walked to the beach looking for tracks or any evidence of what had been in the water. The sand was smooth. High tide had come in around 2 a.m. and erased everything. We did find something weird, though. About 50 yards south of our camp, there was a perfect circle of small shells arranged in the sand above the high tide line, maybe 6 feet in diameter. The shells were all the same type, tiny white ones placed in concentric rings. The pattern was too deliberate to be natural. Jason took photos of it before we left. We packed up camp that morning instead of staying the second night like we'd planned. Nobody said it explicitly, but we were all ready to get off the island. On the hike back to the parking area, we ran into a ranger doing trail maintenance. Kevin asked him if there had been any reports of unusual activity in the area. The ranger got this look on his face and asked why we wanted to know. Kevin mentioned the lights and the sounds. The ranger was quiet for a few seconds, and then said people report strange things on Asetig pretty regularly. Lights over the water, sounds from the ocean at night, horses acting spooked for no apparent reason. He said the official explanation is usually atmospheric conditions, causing visual distortions, or marine mammals like pilot whales passing through. But he'd been working on the island for 12 years and had seen some things that even he couldn't explain. He told us that watermen who worked the bayside sometimes refused to come in to certain areas after dark. He wouldn't elaborate beyond that. I've been thinking about going back, maybe trying to capture better evidence of whatever is out there. But every time I seriously consider it, I remember that singing. The way it sounded like it was trying to form words but couldn't quite manage it. How it seemed to be coming from multiple points in the water at once. And I don't think I will go. The Thing Over the Ridge by Eric M. I live in northern Idaho, about 30 minutes south of Bonner's Ferry. If you've driven out there, then you know how quick the mountains close in once you leave town. It's all logging roads, half-finished campsites, and miles of fir and cedar. I go up there to fish mostly, but last summer I started camping overnight just to get away from everything. I don't do big campgrounds. There's a clearing off an old service road past Moyie Springs, near Copper Creek, where I like to park my truck. Never seen another person up there. It was mid-August, around midnight, and the temperature dropped faster than usual. I'd finished a couple of beers and was sitting by the fire. I'd left my phone in the truck because there was no service anyway. No music or radio, just fire crackling and those sounds the trees make when the wind drags through. It gets loud sometimes, like being near the ocean. Around 12:30, I saw light moving behind the ridge to the east. At first, it looked like headlights, except there's no road on that side. Just a steep run of rock and trees before it opens into a logging scar maybe 2 miles off. The light was steady and pale, not warm like a truck's halogens, more like a dim bluish white. I figured maybe somebody was night hunting, but it wasn't scanning around like a spotlight. It stayed fixed at one point and then dipped lower until I could see the actual shape through the trees. It looked round at first, but not perfectly round, more like a fat disc that had weight to it, hovering at an angle, one side lower than the other. It made no sound. The silence was the strangest part. Usually there's a certain drone out there. Crickets, frogs, wind. but everything had gone flat. The air felt muffled. You don't think about silence as a physical thing until you notice pressure behind it. The light brightened once, sharp enough that my eyes watered. I walked to the edge of the firelight and just stood there. My first stupid thought was that it must be a drone or a helicopter from the Forest Service, but it was too big and too still and quiet. My second thought was that I was way too visible, standing in an open circle with a fire burning. I almost kicked dirt on it, but my body didn't move. My heart was going fast, but everything else inside me felt slow, like the air was syrup. After maybe 30 seconds, the light shifted right, smoothly, like it was tracking or scanning something. And then another light blinked on below it, a smaller red point that pulsed at random intervals. The whole thing rose slightly, maybe 20 feet higher over the ridge, and then tilted again until I could almost make out its underside. There were bands or plates along the bottom that looked metallic, but not like polished steel. Dull, irregular, like stone under moonlight. It was too close for it to be some kind of plane. The ridge was maybe a mile off, and I could see how the trees underneath glowed faintly from the reflected light. I remember thinking that if it came any closer, I'd have to decide whether to hide or run. And then, as if it heard that thought, the entire light dimmed to nearly nothing. Not off, but dulled. I could barely see its outline against the sky. And then it moved west, fast. Not with a burst of speed or a jump cut or anything. Just a steady glide so smooth it made my stomach drop. The moment it was gone, the forest snapped back on like a switch had flipped. Crickets, wind, all of it. The fire crackled louder than before. For about 10 minutes, I sat staring at the ridge. I wanted to pack up, but it also felt wrong to turn my back or start the truck. You know that feeling when you're sure someone's watching you from the tree line? That's how it felt, except the someone could have been anywhere above me too. Eventually, I crawled into the bed of the truck and pulled the tarp halfway down. I didn't sleep. Around 3 a.m., I saw a faint pulse through the trees again, way farther off toward the valley. Same pitch of light, same rhythm of that red flash beneath it. I tried counting between intervals, but it wasn't consistent. It'd blink once, then twice quick, then nothing for minutes. I started wondering if it was some tower I just hadn't noticed before. But there are no towers up there. Not even a ranger post within 5 miles. By the time dawn came, I had convinced myself it was some test drone from Mountain Home Air Force Base. It made enough sense to keep me sane anyway. I didn't tell anyone until a week later, when I mentioned it to a guy at the tackle shop in Sandpoint. He didn't say anything for a long time, just nodded and then asked, "Out past Copper Creek?" When I said yeah, he said a rancher down by Katka Road had seen the same kind of lights. 3 summers running, he said, though he thought they were over toward the Kootenai River. I went back once, same spot, late September. Different lighting, quieter time of year. There were no bugs or chatter in the brush. I thought I might sit up and see if it came again. But as soon as the sun set, I realized I didn't feel welcome. The whole clearing felt charged, like a storm that never broke. My truck radio went fuzzy, even though there's no station up there to interfere. No static either, just low pulses, repeating every second. I checked the wiring, swapped stations, turned it on and off. Same thing. When I drove out, I stopped near the ridge where I'd seen the light. The ground there had patches of ash or dust, small gray circles about 4 feet wide. There was no sign of a fire. The trees looked healthy, no scorch marks, just the circles pressing lightly into the soil. Round and kind of perfect, as if something heavy had rested there without burning. I didn't touch them. Every few months I think about going back with a camera or drone, but then something stops me. The silence out there wasn't normal. It wasn't the absence of sound. It was like sound had been pulled out of the air. People online talk about electrical interference, radiation, EMP bursts, that kind of thing. But none of that explains how the forest muted itself, or how every hair on my neck stood up before the light even came over that ridge. Anyway, that's it. Nothing grabbed me, nothing chased me, nothing sent a message. Just a light that didn't make sense, and a silence that felt wrong. But every night since, when I walk outside and the wind dies suddenly, I catch myself looking up first, before I look around. Night shift at Presbyterian St. Joseph. So this happened about 3 years ago when I was working nights at Presbyterian St. Joseph Hospital in Denver. I've been a nurse for 8 years now, mostly ICU and emergency, so I've seen plenty of weird stuff. People dying, coming back, saying things that don't make sense. But this was different. I was pulling a double that night because we were short-staffed again. Nothing new there. It was around 2 a.m. when they brought her in through the ER. Jane Doe, maybe mid-30s, found unconscious in an alley off Colfax Avenue. No ID, no wallet, nothing. Just wearing this ratty hospital gown that wasn't from any facility in the area. The paramedics said that she'd been seizing when they found her, but by the time they got her stabilized and up to our floor, she was just still. Not sleeping still, more like statue still. Her eyes were open but not tracking anything. Pupils responsive to light, vitals stable, but something felt wrong. Now I've had catatonic patients before. This wasn't that. Dr. Martinez ordered the usual workup. Blood panel, talk screen, CT scan. Everything came back normal, except for one thing. Her white blood cell count was through the roof, like her body was fighting off some massive infection. But we couldn't find any source. No fever, no obvious wounds, nothing like that. The weird stuff started around 4 a.m. I was doing my rounds, checking on everyone, when I heard this sound coming from her room. Not quite humming, not quite singing. More like those throat singing videos. A little bit like that, but deeper. Way deeper than any human voice should go. I peeked in and she was sitting up in bed, staring straight ahead at the wall. Her mouth wasn't moving, but the sound was definitely coming from her. I stepped into the room and called her name. Well, called her Jane, since that's all we had, and she turned her head toward me. Her eyes were completely black, and not like really dilated pupils, like black, like someone had filled her eye sockets with ink. I've worked with plenty of substance overdoses, seen people on pretty much everything. This wasn't that. The sound stopped the second she looked at me, and she smiled this weird smile, and I swear I could see more teeth than a normal human mouth should have. I backed out of the room and called Dr. Martinez, told him we needed psych eval ASAP. Possible acute psychotic response. He said he'd be up in 20 minutes. Those 20 minutes felt like hours. The patient didn't make any more sounds, but every time I walked past her room, she was staring at the doorway. It's like she knew exactly when I'd be coming by. Around 5:30, things got worse. I was updating charts at the nurse's station when I heard Mrs. Chen in room 314 screaming. She'd been admitted for chest pains the day before. Sweet old lady, spoke mostly Mandarin but knew enough English to get by. I ran to her room and found her pressed against the far wall, pointing at the window. "Black eyes," she kept saying. "Black eyes watching." She repeated those two phrases over and over. Her room was on the 3rd floor, and nothing should have been at that window except sky or maybe the occasional bird. I looked out and didn't see anything, but Mrs. Chen was inconsolable. She just kept repeating "black eyes" in Mandarin and English. I gave her a mild sedative and stayed with her until she calmed down. When I got back to the nurse's station, Jane was standing in the hallway. She wasn't supposed to be able to stand. Her chart said she'd been unresponsive since admission. But there she was, barefoot on the cold linoleum, still wearing that dingy hospital gown, looking right at me. "You saw her too," she said. Her voice was normal now, just a regular woman's voice, if not a little hoarse. "Saw who?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The old woman. She can see me now. They always can, the ones close to crossing over." I told her she needed to get back to bed and that she shouldn't be walking around. She nodded like that made perfect sense and turned around. But instead of walking back to her room, she went to Mrs. Chen's door and just stood there. "You can't go in there," I said. Jane looked over her shoulder at me. Her eyes were normal again, brown and tired looking. "I'm not going in. I'm keeping watch. Something else wants to follow me through, and she's the weakest one here." I called security and Dr. Martinez again. By the time they got there, Jane was back in her bed, appearing unconscious again. Dr. Martinez checked her over, ran some quick neurological tests, everything normal. "Probably just confusion from whatever happened to her," he said. "We'll keep monitoring." But I knew what I'd see. The rest of the night was quiet, mostly. Jane didn't get up again. Didn't make any more sounds. Mrs. Chen slept peacefully after the sedative. I almost convinced myself that I'd just been making too much of unrelated things. Almost. Right before my shift ended at 7 a.m., I was doing final checks. Jane was awake, sitting up in bed, looking completely normal. She smiled when she saw me. A regular, tired smile this time. "Thank you," she said. "For what?" "For not letting them call the priests. They would have made it worse." I asked her what she meant, but she just closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. When I came back for my next shift 2 days later, Jane was gone. Discharged herself against medical advice, according to her chart. Left the same way she'd come in, with no ID, no insurance information, no forwarding address. Mrs. Chen was discharged that morning too. Her chest pains turned out to be anxiety. Nothing serious, but when I went to say goodbye, she grabbed my hand. "The black eyes," she said again. "They're gone. The woman, she took them with her." I never saw Jane again, but I do think about her sometimes, especially when we get patients who come in with no explanation, no history, nothing but strange symptoms and that feeling that something's just a little off. Now, I'm not saying I believe in possession or demons or any of that. I don't really know, but I've been working hospitals long enough to know that some things do not fit in the textbooks. Some things can't be explained by medicine or science. Some things just are. The only other weird detail: when housekeeping cleaned Jane's room after she left, they found scratches on the inside of the window. Deep ones, like maybe someone had been trying to claw their way out. Or maybe trying to keep something else from clawing its way in. I requested to be moved to day shift after that, and I've never looked back. The Light Over the Drainage Pond by Mason K. I deliver medical supplies after hours sometimes. Not like ambulance stuff. Think boring boxes with keep refrigerated stickers, rolling coolers, paperwork, signatures. It's a contractor gig, which means you get handed routes that make no sense, and you end up on 2-lane roads behind a logging truck at 1 a.m., wondering why you didn't just learn Excel and sit in a chair like a normal person. This happened last spring on the edge of rural Georgia, outside a small town that had more churches than streetlights. My last stop was a little clinic that shared a building with a dentist and a tax prep place. I dropped the cooler, got the signature, and walked back out to my van. The parking lot had one flickering light that made everything look like a bad security camera. On the way back, my GPS rerouted. It sent me onto a county road I didn't recognize. I'm not from that area, so I just followed it. After a few miles, the pavement got patched and uneven. Then, it turned into that kind of asphalt that looks like it was poured by a guy with a shovel. Pine trees closed in on both sides. There were drainage ditches and occasional mailboxes on posts, but no houses you could actually see. Then, the radio cut out. It wasn't like static, it just went silent, like the volume got turned all the way down. My phone lost signal at the same time. The GPS kept talking though, which was weird. It was still giving me directions in that calm voice, while the screen showed no bars and no map tiles loading, just a little arrow moving on a blank grid. I'm not superstitious. I'm also not someone who goes looking for experiences. I'm tired all the time, and I like my world predictable. So when I saw a bright light ahead, my first thought was wreck or construction. But it wasn't either. The road dipped and opened up around the shallow drainage pond on the right side. It wasn't a lake. It was one of those retention ponds that looks like it was dug by a machine, with tall grass and a chain-link fence that had been cut and bent back. The light was hovering over the water like a giant headlight, pointed straight down. I slowed because I didn't know what else to do. The light wasn't moving the way a helicopter light moves. It was steady and dead still, and it didn't throw beams through the trees. It just made a clean circle on the pond, like someone was shining a flashlight into a bowl. My van's dash lit up with warnings. The battery symbol, the oil light, some sensor thing I've never even paid attention to. The engine kept running, but it sounded strained, like it was trying to idle through thick syrup. I pulled onto the shoulder without fully stopping. I kept my foot on the brake and leaned forward, squinting. The light was bright enough that my eyes watered, but it wasn't painful. It was more like looking at snow in daylight. That's when I saw movement at the edge of the pond. At first, I thought it was a deer. The grass was waist-high in places, and something was stepping through it. And then it stood up straight. I don't have a better way to say it. It stood up like a person, but it was too thin in the wrong places. The proportions felt off. Long arms, narrow shoulders, a head that didn't look like it had a neck. It wasn't gray like the memes. It looked dark because of the backlight, like a silhouette cut out of paper. It raised an arm, and I swear the light shifted. just a little, like it reacted to the movement. The circle on the water slid a few feet, and the pond surface rippled, even though there was no wind. I sat there with both hands death-gripping the steering wheel. My brain did this stupid inventory of normal explanations because that's what brains do when they're trying not to panic. Person in a costume, a prank, a hunter with a spotlight, a drone with a light. Then the thing stepped closer to the fence line, and I saw that it wasn't walking like a person. Its feet didn't land right. It was like it didn't care about the ground, like it was moving based on where it wanted to be instead of how legs work. I locked my doors out of habit, but I'm not sure it would have done anything. The click sounded way too loud in the quiet. The thing turned its head toward my van. This is the part that's really hard to describe without sounding dramatic. It didn't look at me the way an animal looks at you. It felt like being noticed, like you're in a store, and you can tell the security guard just clocked you for no reason. That kind of attention, except colder. My phone, which was sitting in the cup holder, lit up. The screen just turned on by itself. The camera app opened. I didn't touch it. It opened like someone tapped it, and the view on the screen wasn't what the camera should have been seeing. It wasn't my windshield view. It was looking down at my van from above, like a drone shot. I know that sounds impossible. I know what I'm saying. On the phone screen, the light over the pond was bigger than it looked from my seat. It wasn't just a bright spot. It had shape, like a flattened oval with a darker center. And the circle on the water wasn't a circle. It was an outline, like it was tracing something that wasn't visible to my eyes. The van's interior lights flickered out. The dash went black. The engine cut. In that moment, the night got so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat and the faint ringing in my ears, like after a concert. The light outside didn't change, but it felt closer. I don't mean that it moved closer. It just felt like it was inside the cab with me, pressing in. I did the dumbest thing, which was whisper, "Okay," like that helps. Something touched the roof. It wasn't like a thump or a scrape. It was more like the roof flexed downward an inch, then eased back up, like someone had put a hand on it and leaned. I started the van without thinking. I don't know how it started because it shouldn't have. The dash snapped back on. The engine caught like it had never stalled. The radio came back mid-song, loud enough to make me flinch. I hit the gas. The tires spun in the gravel shoulder, and I fishtailed back onto the road. I didn't look back in the mirror for a few seconds because I didn't want to see anything else. When I did, the light was gone. The pond was just dark water. My phone was still in the passenger seat. At some point, I had picked it up to look at the image and then thrown it. The camera app was still open. The screen now showed my lap. There was no saved video or photo. The battery was at 2%, even though I left home with it charged. I drove until I got back into an area with actual streetlights and a 24-hour gas station. I pulled in, parked under the brightest light, and sat there with my hands shaking on the wheel, like I'd just avoided a crash. I told myself I'd go inside, get a coffee, laugh it off, call someone, do anything normal. But instead, I sat there and watched my breath fog the windshield, even though it wasn't that cold. Every time a car passed on the highway behind the station, my body reacted like it was the same light, coming back. I still take late routes. I still end up on dark roads. I'm not claiming there's a UFO behind every tree. I'm just saying there's a drainage pond somewhere off a county road in Georgia, where my GPS went blind, and my phone showed me my own van from the sky, and I don't take reroutes anymore. If the map tells me to turn onto a road I don't recognize, I'd rather add 20 minutes than end up back by that water. The sound that carried too far. I grew up on the coast of Nova Scotia. My father owned 2 boats, and by 16 I was working the water with him every season. Mostly lobster, sometimes mackerel. If you've ever worked out there, you know how the fog behaves. It can close over you like a wall, even when the air is still. Most weird stories people tell come out of fog. I always thought they just came from loneliness. Back in 2014, we were hauling traps about 10 miles off Cape Sable, on a day too calm for April. The ocean sat brown, blue, and flat. No swell or whitecaps, no wind. That's rare enough. We were the only vessel out that morning. I checked radio chatter twice. The silence out there gets strange. You start to hear the engines breathing through the hull like a pulse. Around 10 a.m., I stepped out from the wheelhouse to throw lines and heard something faint, far off. It carried underneath everything else, low but clear, like someone whistling. Not a tune I knew, just rising and falling. I looked over the rails, expecting maybe a passing fisherman or some Coast Guard sonar ping bouncing off fog. But there was nothing. I watched the compass. We were pointed due south. Horizon was bare. The sound swelled then, stronger, as if whoever was doing it came closer. But then I realized something. It wasn't echoing over the surface. It was under it. I swear on my life, the sea itself was whistling. I leaned over the side and it got louder, cutting sharp, like metal sighing underwater. Dad came out from the gallery when he saw me standing there. I told him, "You hear that?" He stopped mid-step, tilted his head, and then just nodded once. We didn't talk for maybe half a minute, just listened. The sound rose again, more rhythm than melody. The radio crackled. A voice, scrambled and distant, said, "Inbound, hold position." It wasn't Coast Guard phrasing. Wrong channel, too. Dad ducked inside, checked wires, and called back over both frequencies. The 2 that we were tuned into, but nobody answered. Then the fog rolled in, thick like chalk dust. Out of nowhere. Within a minute, visibility dropped to maybe 10 meters. The whistle grew faint again, but kept going steady, cutting through the haze. Dad dropped anchor, figuring that whatever it was, we shouldn't drift too far toward it. We sat quiet. Even the gulls were gone. The air got colder fast enough that I saw my breath cloud and mix with the fog. Out in the grayness, a darker shape started to form. At first I thought it was another hull, but there were no running lights and no wake, just outline. And then the whistling stopped mid-note. The fog lifted in fewer than 10 minutes. The water around the boat wrinkled once, like a single wave traveled beneath us, and then gone. We checked the equipment later. GPS jumped 40 nautical miles north during those 10 minutes. The track log looked like someone erased part of the data rather than drifted it. Dad never filed anything. Said that the ocean doesn't owe us an explanation. A few winters after that, another crew out from Lockport swore they heard what they called the underwater song. Same area, same strangely calm day. They said it started as a whistle, and then a voice joined, and then silence. They marked the coordinates. People call it the line below. No one drops pots there now. The Sea That Went Silent by Johann E. This happened about 8 years ago when I was helping my uncle run his small fishing boat out of Tórshavn in the Faroe Islands. We weren't far from home waters, maybe 45 kilometers offshore. But once you're out there, it might as well be the edge of the map. It's all fog, wind, and endless ocean stacked around you like walls. We had a steady catch that night. Cod mostly, some haddock. Seas were mild and no swell to speak of. The air goes dead still before dawn in those latitudes. My uncle called it the hour the sea holds its breath. It wasn't superstition so much as you just feel it when the waves flatten and all you hear is the drip from the hull. But that morning, the sea held its breath a little longer than normal. Around 3 a.m., we both noticed that it wasn't just calm, it was mute. The engine made noise, but somehow it didn't echo. Normally, that sound carries over open water. You can hear your own motor bouncing off the horizon almost. But that morning, it was just gone, past 10 meters. I cut the throttle and stood there, listening. The ocean was a sheet, black and unmoving. The air didn't even taste right. It was too cold to breathe through your nose without it burning. I said something to my uncle, and my voice barely made it out of my throat. It was like the sound dried around us. The compass kept spinning then. Not loose, just steady rotation. Like a time lapse of a clock. My uncle tapped the casing twice, shook it, frowned. "Magnetic skip," he muttered, but quietly, like raising his voice might matter. When the boat drifts, you always sense motion in your feet, the rhythm of current under you. That vanished too. The water froze, not in the sense of ice, but just stopped. I threw a small line over to check current drift. It just hung there, with no pull whatsoever. Then this weird vibration came through the hull. Rough waves feel a certain way, but this didn't feel like that. It was smoother, like a steady, low tone rising from below. You could mistake it for power line hum if there were power lines nearby, or within 1,000 kilometers, which there were not. My uncle turned off everything. The motor, cabin power, deck lights. But the hum stayed. It seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere all at once. We looked over the side and saw this faint sheen under the surface. It was like oil, but shimmering silver blue, not rainbow. It wasn't stretching across the water, though. It circled us, a narrow ring maybe 20 meters wide around the boat, moving slowly. The weirdest part was the temperature change. The air warmed fast enough that my glasses fogged up instantly. Then we smelled ozone and sharp, chemical smells. My uncle grabbed my arm and nodded toward the ring. It had started glowing from beneath, brighter by the second. For a few seconds, I thought I saw a shape forming under the layer. Something with edges, maybe a shadow of the hull but deeper. Like we were mirrored against another surface below us that wasn't water. Then the hum stopped. Everything, the glow, the sound, the warmth, shut off simultaneously. The line I'd thrown in pulled tight, like something snapped upward under it. The bow dipped hard enough to knock us both down, followed by the loudest noise I had ever heard. Silence, collapsing into sound. Wind roared back. Birds suddenly screamed overhead. Waves struck the hull from 3 directions at once. When it passed, the compass pointed normal again. Current returned. The ocean sloshed back into being like it had just remembered how to move again. We powered up and turned for home without talking for a while. My uncle finally said he'd seen something similar, only once, years back in the Norwegian Sea. He called it a black tide. Not in the sense that the water went black, but in the sense that everything just died for a while. I checked the depth log later that morning. The sonar trace had frozen during the event. The machine kept running, but the depth reading locked at 132 meters for exactly 11 minutes, then jumped to 742. Both numbers were wrong for our position. The seafloor there sits around 290 on charts. When we returned to port, I scrubbed the deck like always. The line I'd thrown over had black residue on it, crusted, like soot but metallic. It left a faint shimmer that wouldn't wash off. We never reported it. Nobody reports weird things at sea. You sound drunk or superstitious and you get a reputation. And the officials always chalk it up to instrument failure, so there really is no point. The Opera House. I worked as a backup singer, more of a chorus filler, really, at the Opéra Garnier in Paris a few years ago. It wasn't glamorous, not like people imagine. Rehearsals were long, the hours unpredictable, and the place itself carried that kind of old, solemn energy that clung to every inch of marble and velvet. The first time I heard the piano, it was around 10 p.m., after most of the cast had gone home. A few of us were still backstage running lines. The crew was striking lights on stage, so only the secondary work lamps were on. Those cheap orange ones that throw out just enough light to see your hands and not much else. I was gathering my things when I heard a piano start playing in the distance, like someone warming up their hands before a piece. The sound came from the rehearsal room down the hallway, one we kept closed when not in use. At first, I figured the accompanist just stayed late. Except the melody didn't sound like warm-up scales. It sounded like, I don't know, something intentional, but it wasn't any warm-up I'd ever heard, and it wasn't a song. The tune was old, something minor and offbeat, almost bell-like, but I couldn't place it. When I walked toward the sound, I started feeling a sudden cold draft that didn't match the summer heat outside. Everyone who's ever worked backstage knows that chill. It doesn't come from air conditioning, but from somewhere older. I opened the door quietly. The piano was playing by itself, and it wasn't a player piano. There was just a few scattered notes at first, hanging in the air. I froze in the doorway, trying to see if someone was crouched behind the lid, but the bench was empty, and the strangest part was, the sound wasn't echoing right. The room swallowed it, muffled as if the walls absorbed rather than reflected it. After a few seconds, the music stopped. I walked in, half expecting to see one of the other singers waiting to jump out and freak me out, but nothing. I put my hand on the piano's surface, and it was ice cold. My palm felt a faint impression of condensation. I didn't say a word about it the next morning because it honestly sounded ridiculous, even to me. The Opera House already had its share of ghost stories. The phantom stuff, the urban legends about the old catwalk worker who fell during a show in the 1920s. You name it. No one needed another tired, haunting tale. But the next week it happened again. This time I wasn't alone. One of the dancers, Julian, was putting away props when the sound started. The same distant piano, and the same odd melody. He turned to me and said, "Who's practicing that late?" I remember his voice going a little flat halfway through the question, like even he knew. We followed the sound together, and it came from the same direction but stopped before we reached the room. Julian opened the door first. The piano was silent, but one of the keys, an E-flat, was pressed down slightly, as if someone had just lifted their finger off it. He didn't say anything, just gave me a look and then laughed it off. A nervous laugh. Over the next few weeks, everyone started noticing things. Stagehands talked about feeling someone brush past them when no one else was there. One woman swore she saw a reflection standing behind her in the dressing room mirror that vanished when she turned. Nothing overtly harmful, just persistently present. Then came the final rehearsal before opening night. The entire cast was in place. The orchestra pit was dark but occupied, the stage lights blinding. About halfway through, while we were holding position after a scene, I heard it again. That same melody weaving through the background noise. My mic was off, but I know I wasn't imagining it. I looked toward the orchestra, thinking maybe a pianist accidentally hit a few wrong notes between sets. But every musician was frozen still, waiting for the conductor's signal. The sound came from above, echoing faintly from the upper rehearsal balcony. The conductor stopped, angry at the disruption. The sound faded before anyone could investigate. After rehearsal, I went up there alone. I know, bad decision, but curiosity wins over fear for me every time. The balcony rehearsal room was empty. Dust floated through the stage light, filtering from a half-open curtain. I went straight to the piano. It was the same one from before. Its surface looked clean except for a thin streak across the lid, like a hand had been dragged across the dust. When I touched the keys, though, they were warm this time, faintly vibrating as if they'd just been played. And that's what unsettled me most, the warmth. On my way down the stairs, I thought I heard footsteps following behind me, tapping faintly in rhythm with the distant hum of the lights. When I turned, it stopped. A few months later, I left the opera to join a smaller company. I never told anyone officially what I'd experienced there. But sometimes when I'm on stage now, especially during late rehearsals when the hall goes quiet, I feel like I can almost hear it again. Someone told me once that the Opéra Garnier keeps an unused sub-basement room sealed off below the stage, where an old rehearsal piano was stored decades ago after a musician collapsed during a performance. Nobody ever opened it again because the staff said that it started playing after hours. I didn't believe that story then. Now, I'm not so sure. The animal cry. This happened to me about 3 years ago, and I still can't shake it. I was doing a solo backpacking trip through the Olympic National Forest in Washington State. It was one of those find yourself in nature kind of deals after a rough breakup. I'd been hiking for 2 days, maybe 15 miles, deep into the Hoh River area, where cell service is non-existent and you might not see another human for days. The first night was fine. Set up camp near a creek, heard the usual owl hoots and rustling that you would expect. But the second day, around 3 in the afternoon, I was following this game trail that branched off from the main path. I wanted to find a good spot to camp for the night, somewhere with water access but away from the established sites. That's when I heard, well, whatever it was. The sound, I don't even know how to describe it properly. It was kind of like deer or elk, but making this absolutely heartbreaking cry. You know that sound animals make when they're hurt or trapped? High-pitched and desperate and almost human-like in how much pain it conveyed? It was a little bit like that. It made my stomach drop immediately. I stopped dead in my tracks and listened. The cry came again, maybe 200 yards ahead of me through the trees. It was constant, not the kind of intermittent calling you'd hear from a healthy animal. This thing was in serious distress. Now, I'm not some bleeding heart who goes running toward every wounded animal I encounter, but this sound was so pitiful, so completely miserable, that I felt compelled to at least check it out. Maybe it was caught in a trap or tangled in wire. I've seen that before, and sometimes you can actually help without getting yourself killed. I dropped my pack and pulled out my knife, just in case. I started moving toward the sound, trying to step quietly on the moss and fallen needles. The Olympic forests are thick as heck. Huge Douglas firs and western hemlocks creating this cathedral-like canopy that blocks out most of the light, even in the middle of the day. Ferns everywhere, fallen logs covered in moss, and that perpetual dampness that makes everything smell like decay and growth at the same time. The crying continued as I got closer. Same pitch, same rhythm, like a broken record. But here's the thing that really started bothering me. I couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. Sound travels strangely in dense forest. It bounces off trees and gets all distorted. But this was different. Every time I thought I was getting close, it seemed to shift slightly. After maybe 10 minutes of careful movement, I realized I still hadn't seen any sign of an animal. No broken branches or disturbed undergrowth or tracks. And the sound hadn't got any louder, despite me definitely moving in the right direction. I stopped and really listened. The crying was still there, but it seemed fainter, like it was moving away from me as I approached. And that's when the hair on my neck started standing on end. I actually called out, "Hey, are you okay?" Which I know sounds stupid, but sometimes injured animals will respond to human voices, give you a better idea of their location and condition. The crying stopped immediately. Complete silence except for the distant drip of condensation from the canopy above. And then it started again, but from a completely different direction. Behind me and to the left, maybe about 100 yards away. Same exact sound. That desperate, pained wailing. I turned around and started walking back toward where I'd dropped my pack, but slowly and listening. The sound followed me. Not like an animal following me, but like the sound itself was tracking my movement. When I stopped, it continued for a few more seconds and then stopped too. When I started walking again, it resumed. This went on for probably 20 minutes. I'd move in one direction, the sound would come from somewhere else. I would change course, it would shift again. Always just out of sight, always just far enough away that I couldn't get a visual on whatever was making it. By this point, my rational brain was trying to come up with explanations. Maybe it was echoes bouncing off the rock faces that are scattered throughout that area. Maybe there were multiple animals and I was hearing different ones. Maybe the acoustics of the forest were just playing tricks on me. But then I noticed something that made my blood go cold. The sound was getting more and more human-like. What had started as an animal cry was gradually developing these subtle inflections, these tonal qualities that reminded me of a person trying to mimic an animal, rather than an actual animal in distress. I've heard injured deer before. I've heard elk calls and bear vocalizations, even mountain lion screams, which do completely sound like a woman screaming. But this was starting to sound like none of those things. This was starting to sound like someone sitting in the woods, making animal noises with their mouth. That's when I decided I was done with this whole situation. I jogged back to where I'd left my pack, grabbed it without even putting it on properly, and started hustling back toward the main trail. The sound followed me for maybe another 10 minutes or so, always staying just out of sight. always maintaining that same distance. And then it just stopped. I hiked until almost dark that day, putting as much distance as possible between me and whatever the hell that was. I ended up camping right next to the main trail, which is something I never do because of the foot traffic, but I wanted to be somewhere other hikers might pass by. Nothing else happened that night, or the next day when I hiked out. But I've been thinking about it ever since, and I keep coming back to a few things that just don't sit right. First, the sound never changed in intensity or quality despite me moving around for over an hour. An injured animal would show some variation, getting weaker maybe, or changing pitch as its condition deteriorated. This was identical, every single time. Second, no animal I know of can project its voice like that, making it seem like it's coming from different locations. And the timing was too perfect. It would start and stop in response to my movements, like it was watching me. Third, and this is the part that really gets to me, I never saw any wildlife that entire day. Not a bird, not a squirrel, nothing. The forest was completely silent, except for that crying. In an area that's usually crawling with life, I encountered nothing, and the absence is really what terrifies me. The Dive Watch That Kept Running by Lauren H. I worked as a dive instructor on Malapascua Island in the Philippines for 18 months between 2021 and 2023. Small operation, maybe 6 instructors total, running thresher shark dives at Manad Shoal and some recreational reef dives around the island. The work was good, and the diving was incredible. But there was one incident that still bothers me. We had a client go missing in March of 2022. A German guy named Andreas, early 40s, experienced diver, with over 200 logged dives. He'd been staying on the island for a week, doing multiple dives per day. I had taken him down 3 times myself, and he was solid. Good buoyancy control, aware of his surroundings, always checked his gauges. He was the kind of diver that you just don't worry about. On his last scheduled day, he went out with my coworker Ben for an early morning thresher shark dive at Manad Shoal. It's a deep dive around 30 meters, and you position yourself on this underwater plateau of sorts and wait for the sharks to come in to get cleaned by wrasse. The current can be tricky, and visibility varies, but it's a dive that we run multiple times daily. Ben said the dive went normally. They descended to the mooring line, positioned themselves on the shoal, watched sharks for about 25 minutes, and then started their ascent. Andreas was right behind Ben the whole way up. They did their safety stop at 5 meters for 3 minutes. Ben surfaced first, and then turned around to make sure Andreas was coming up behind him. He wasn't there. Ben went back down immediately, checked the safety stop depth, went back to the mooring line, descended to the shoal. No sign of Andreas. He surfaced and got on the radio, and we had every instructor in the water within 15 minutes. The Philippine Coast Guard showed up within 2 hours. We searched for 3 days straight, covered the entire shoal area, checked every coral formation and drop-off within swimming distance, expanded the search grid to account for current drift. Nothing. There was no body, no equipment, not even any bubbles. Andreas had just vanished, somewhere between the safety stop and the surface, in a span of maybe 30 seconds. His belongings were still at his guest house. passport, wallet, phone, clothes. His return flight to Munich was scheduled for 2 days later. The Coast Guard eventually called off the search and ruled it a diving accident with the body lost to current or predation. His family flew in, collected his things, and left. The whole situation was a nightmare for everyone involved. About 2 weeks after Andreas disappeared, I was gearing up for an afternoon dive when I noticed something on the equipment bench. A dive watch, Sunto D series or something, pretty standard model, slightly beat up. I didn't recognize it as belonging to any of our current clients, so I figured somebody had left it behind. I checked the logbook function to see if there was a name or recent dive data that might identify the owner. The last logged dive was from that morning, Monad Shoal. Maximum depth 31 meters, dive time 42 minutes, surface interval showing as currently active, counting up from the moment of surfacing. I checked the date. The dive had been logged on March 18th. That was the day Andreas disappeared. I showed it to Ben, and he went pale. He said that was Andreas's watch. He recognized the scratches on the bezel. We'd cataloged all of Andreas's recovered belongings, and this watch hadn't been among them because he'd been wearing it on the dive. The watch was still running. The surface interval timer showed it had been counting for 14 days, 6 hours, and 23 minutes. The battery indicator showed 70% charge. I pressed the button to stop the timer, and the screen glitched. The numbers flickered and jumped around and then reset to 0. Then the dive log loaded again and showed the same dive from March 18th as active and ongoing. Ben took the watch and tried to clear the memory. The watch would not respond to any inputs. It just kept displaying that same dive data, surface interval counting up in real time. He removed the battery. When he put it back in 30 seconds later, the watch powered on and showed the same information. Surface interval now reading 14 days, 6 hours, and 27 minutes. The time gap from the battery removal did not register. The counter had somehow kept running. We locked the watch in the dive shop office, and I called the local police to report finding it. They said they would send somebody to collect it, but nobody ever showed up. The watch sat in a drawer for 3 days. Every time I checked it, the surface interval was still counting. 4 days after we found it, I opened the drawer to show another instructor, and the watch was gone. I asked everyone at the shop if they had moved it. Nobody had touched it, and none of us would joke about something like that. And anyway, Ben and I were the only people with the keys to that office. We searched everywhere, checked with the guest house staff in case someone had somehow mistakenly returned it to his family, but nothing. 2 months later, I was doing a checkout dive with a new client at a shallow reef on the north side of the island. About 15 meters down, I spotted something reflecting light on the sand. I swam over to check it out. It was the watch. Same scratches on the bezel. I picked it up and pressed the button to activate the screen. The display showed the same dive from March 18th. But now the surface interval read 87 days, 11 hours and change, still counting up. I brought it to the surface and gave it to Ben. He tried all the same things as before. He cleared the memory, removed the battery, reset the system. Nothing worked. The watch kept displaying that active dive, kept counting the surface interval. We threw it away that time, put it in the trash with a bunch of other broken equipment we were disposing of. I left Malapascua 4 months after that, and I haven't been back. Before I left, I asked Ben if the watch had turned up again. He said no, and he seemed relieved when he said it. Last week, I got a message from another instructor who still works at that shop. She'd found a dive watch in the equipment room. Wanted to know if I recognized it from the photo. It was the same. Same scratches, same everything. She said the logbook showed an active dive from March of 2022. Surface interval reading over 600 days. I told her to throw it in the ocean and leave it there. It kept repeating. So basically, this happened to me like 3 months ago, and honestly, I still have no idea what to think. I keep thinking maybe I shouldn't even post this because it sounds kinda crazy, but I just need to put it out there and see if anyone else had something like this happen. So I went on this solo backpacking trip in Olympic National Park in Washington State. I'd been trying to get a permit for months. You know how annoying that is. I finally got one for a 3-day hike in the Hoh River area. The first day was totally normal. I set up my tent by the river, heard some elk making weird noises far away, just regular Pacific Northwest stuff. Day 2 is where things got weird. I packed up around 7 in the morning and started walking on what I thought was the main trail, going deeper into the woods. It was super foggy, which is normal there, but this fog just felt weird, like thicker and heavier. I remember thinking it was kinda creepy that I couldn't hear any birds, or really any sounds at all. After about 2 hours, I saw this huge fallen cedar tree across the trail. It was massive, like 8 feet wide, and covered in bright green moss. There was a path around it on the left, so I just went that way and kept walking. The fog was finally starting to go away a little by then. This is where it started getting weird. Like an hour later, I ran into the exact same fallen tree. Same moss, same everything. I just stood there staring at it for a while because I knew for sure I hadn't turned around or taken any side trails. I had just been following the path the whole time. I thought maybe I got turned around in the fog, even though my compass was still pointing north the whole time. So I went around the tree again, but this time I was really watching everything and checking my GPS every few minutes. The GPS is what really started to freak me out. It said I was moving along the trail just fine. The little dot was going forward. But when I got to that same tree for the 3rd time, the GPS said that I was in a totally different spot than before. By now, it was almost noon, and I was starting to panic a bit. I had enough food and water for 3 days, but I was supposed to get to a campsite by evening, and at this rate, I was just stuck. I tried yelling to see if anyone else was around, but my voice just disappeared into the trees. The 4th time I saw the tree, I decided to mark it. I took out my knife and carved a little X into the bark on the side facing the path. Then I went around it again, but this time I was basically obsessed with every little thing on the trail. I counted my steps, looked at every weird rock or root, and tried to remember how the trees looked above me. When I got to the fallen cedar for the 5th time, my X was just gone. The bark was totally smooth, like I never even touched it. And that's when I really started freaking out. I sat down on a nearby stump and tried to think rationally about what was happening. Maybe I had altitude sickness, though we weren't that high up. Maybe I was dehydrated or having some kind of medical episode. I checked my phone, no signal, which was expected, and my watch to make sure I wasn't losing time somehow. Everything seemed normal, except for the fact that I kept ending up at this weird tree. For the 6th attempt, I decided to ignore the obvious path around the tree and instead climbed over the trunk itself. It was awkward with my pack, and I scraped up my shins pretty badly, but I made it over, The trail continued on the other side, just like before. This time felt different, though. The forest seemed quieter, if that makes sense, and the light filtering through the canopy had a strange, almost greenish quality. I kept checking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the fallen tree reappearing behind me. About 45 minutes later, I heard running water ahead. The relief was incredible because running water meant I was getting closer to the Ho River, which allowed me to reorient myself. But when I pushed through the undergrowth toward the sound, I found myself standing next to the same fallen cedar tree I'd been encountering all day. Only this time, there was no tree. Like, the spot where the tree should have been was just empty ground, but you could see where something huge had fallen, with broken branches and messed up dirt everywhere. It was like the tree just disappeared. I just stood there for like 20 minutes trying to figure out what I was even looking at. Then I saw something that really freaked me out. There were footprints in the dirt where the tree should have been. My own footprints, from all the times I had walked around it. But they made this weird pattern, like they were circling something that wasn't there anymore. I got the hell out of there. Didn't matter which direction the trail was supposed to go. I just picked a direction and started hiking as fast as I could. I used my GPS to navigate toward what looked like the nearest road, even if it meant cutting through unmarked forest. It took me 6 hours to fight through the woods to finally reach a logging road, and then I hiked out to my car. The whole drive home, I just kept thinking about those footprints and the missing tree. I reported the incident to the Park Service when I got back to Seattle, mainly because I was worried other hikers might get lost in the same area. The ranger I spoke with was polite, but clearly thought I had just gotten disoriented. He mentioned that the fog can play tricks on people, and that the forest can look very similar in different areas. Whatever. But here's what still gets me. A week later, I was looking at my photos from the trip, and in one of them from the first day near my campsite, you can see a huge fallen cedar tree in the background. Same moss and everything. The GPS on the photo says that tree was like 3 miles from where I kept seeing it on day 2. Since then, I've looked up a bunch of stories like this, and there are actually a lot of people who say they got stuck in these loops in forests around the Pacific Northwest. Most people just say they got lost, but some of the stuff they talk about is weird. I don't really know what happened, but it happened to me. The Vanishing Carriage. I stayed in an old hotel near Via Borghese during a short trip to Rome. It wasn't a fancy place, just one of those aging historic buildings with stone floors, arched hallways, and a courtyard that probably looked exactly the same 100 years ago. The front gate opened onto a narrow cobblestone street, lined with tall sycamores. They glowed golden under the street lamps at night. It was really pretty. Rome is loud during the day. At night, though, the neighborhoods around the park get strangely quiet. It's kind of eerie. You hear one scooter in the distance, maybe a dog barking, and then nothing for blocks. The first night, around midnight, I was reading on the little terrace attached to my room. At some point, a sound distracted me and pulled me out of my book. It was the unmistakable clop of hooves on stone. It sounded steady, kind of like an old-fashioned horse-drawn carriage making a slow pass. I set my book down and leaned over the railing. Sure enough, just beyond the hotel's front gate, a carriage rolled along the street. Dark wood, lanterns on either side, an actual horse pulling it. It felt like watching a scene out of another century. I figured it was a tourist thing. Rome does historic carriage tours, although I'd never seen them this far from the main attractions. Still, it looked real enough, maybe even more detailed than the ones I'd seen near the Colosseum. The horse's coat looked dark and glossy under the streetlight, and I could see the harness straps shifting as it walked. The carriage slowed as it approached the hotel gate, and then came to a full stop. No one stepped out. No driver turned around. The lanterns flickered, warm and soft, like they were actually burning oil instead of running on battery. I watched for a good 20 seconds, waiting for someone to appear. But the carriage just sat there, perfectly still, like it was waiting for something. I had this strange urge to go down and see it up close. I hesitated a moment, then grabbed my key, headed down the stairs, and stepped into the courtyard. I mean, when in Rome, right? But by the time I reached the gate and pushed it open, the street was empty. I walked a few steps into the street, telling myself it must have turned a corner fast, even though it had only taken me maybe 15 seconds to get downstairs. I checked both ends of the block, but there was nothing there except parked cars and a street lamp. Back upstairs, I tried to talk myself out of feeling weird about it. Rome is old. Weird stuff happens in old cities. Maybe I misheard. Maybe I didn't see it right. Maybe it wasn't a horse at all. All the stupid things you tell yourself when you're trying not to freak out. Those explanations lasted until the second night. This time, it was a little past 1 in the morning. I was brushing my teeth when I heard the same sound. Hooves, carriage wheels, lanterns clinking gently as the horse trotted forward. I stepped out onto the terrace. The carriage came from the exact same direction, rolling past the same tree, lanterns glowing the same honey-colored light. Again, it slowed when it reached the gate. Again, it stopped. I felt that same pull in my chest, like a hand closing neatly around my ribs, nudging me toward the stairs. Instead of going down there immediately, I watched closely. I couldn't see any driver or passenger. The reins moved slightly, though, as if an invisible person was at them. The horse flicked its ears, responding to something I couldn't see. And then, without warning, both lanterns dimmed, as though somebody had pinched the flames between their fingers. I backed into my room and shut the glass door, but I still watched. The carriage sat there a while longer, and then, when I looked again, it was gone. On the third night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat on the terrace with the lights off, listening. Midnight passed, then 1, then 2. Nothing. I almost relaxed. Around 2:40 a.m., my phone buzzed with a random notification, and right as the screen lit up, I heard the hooves again, but faster this time. Not a steady walk, more like a trot edging toward a run. I stood and looked down. The carriage barreled down the street, moving far faster than a horse should on slick cobblestones. No sound from the wheels beyond the initial clatter, though. Just the hooves pounding in a weird rhythmic pattern that didn't really match the horse's actual movement. It reached the hotel gate and stopped so abruptly that the horse should have slipped, but it didn't. It just froze mid-stride, one hoof hovering just above the ground. I know how insane this sounds, but the shadows didn't line up. The lantern light cast silhouettes that didn't match the horse's legs or the wheels or anything. The shadows seemed a half second behind the actual movements. And then the lanterns didn't dim. They just went out completely, like someone had snapped their fingers. I bolted inside and shut the terrace door. I sat on the bed, my hands shaking, listening for the sound of a carriage leaving, but I never heard it. You would expect to hear hooves or wheels or something, but I never heard any of that. I didn't check again until morning, When I opened the terrace door, the street looked normal. Except for one thing. There were faint scuff marks on the stones outside the gate. 2 long, shallow grooves, the exact width of carriage wheels. It looked fresh, like something heavy had dragged through the night before. I checked out that afternoon, even though I'd paid for the full week. The woman at the desk asked if everything was okay, and I just told her I needed to change locations. She gave me this weird look, like she could see in my eyes that I had experienced something. As she handed me the printed receipt, she said quietly, "You know, some guests prefer the newer buildings. The streets here hold some old memories." Last week, I was going through my photos on my phone trying to clear storage. I found one that I didn't remember taking. My room, the open terrace door, and the street below. The file was corrupted and looked like mostly static. But near the bottom, buried in the distortion, you can see 2 faint lantern glows, and the outline of a carriage wheel, right at the gate. Someone Was Watching by Naomi K. I was in Tokyo for work last November, my first trip overseas since the pandemic. My company booked me into this mid-range hotel in Shinjuku, one of those narrow modern ones wedged between taller buildings. Big glass windows, small room, nice view. If you like watching neon signs blink at 3 a.m. It was fine at first. I got there late, dropped my bags, and went out to grab food. Jet lag hit hard, so I couldn't sleep that first night. I ended up sitting by the window with instant coffee, just zoning out and watching the crosswalk below. Around midnight, there was this strange flicker in the glass, like the reflection of a car passing, except the street was empty. I leaned closer, thinking maybe it was the lights from another building, but they stayed steady all night. This was different, a brief pulse that ran across the window and was gone. I told myself I was tired, probably an LED billboard cycling colors, except when I turned away from the window, I felt watched. It wasn't like paranoia, not the usual someone's behind me thing. It felt specific. Focused. I remember glancing at the mirror over the writing desk. It faced the window, and swearing I saw something move in the reflection. A shape, maybe? But the glass itself showed nothing. The next morning, I laughed it off. I was in a new country, half asleep, overstimulated. Normal. But every night after that, it ramped up. The feeling of being observed came back right before midnight, almost exactly to the minute. And each time I would check the window, the hallway, even the ceiling vent, just in case. Nothing. No figures, no red standby lights from hidden cameras. Nothing at all. Still, that awareness would dig in, like heat on my neck. On the 4th night, I got desperate enough to try something stupid. I killed every light in the room to make sure any reflection stood out. Outside was a wall of city glow. Hundreds of windows, some lit, some dark. I pressed my forehead against the glass to see my own reflection. And that's when I noticed the faint circle, like a shimmer, 2 floors above me, hanging in midair outside. This was not a light from inside the building. It was out in the night sky between towers. It looked like a translucent ring, rotating very slowly, with no clear source. I stared until my eyes burned, trying to figure out if it was some projection or drone light. But as soon as I focused on it, the pressure in my chest went sharp. The sense of being watched turned into knowing I was. I could feel intent out there, somewhere past the glass. The ring blinked out all at once. Just blinked out, like someone cut the power. And then everything resumed. Things that I hadn't even noticed were gone. Traffic noise, chatter below, the hum of the air conditioner. I hadn't realized just how still it had gotten until all the sound bled back in. Next morning, when I went downstairs, the woman at the front desk asked if I wanted to switch rooms. I hadn't said anything about feeling uncomfortable, so that threw me off. She said a guest in the same room last week had asked to move because of a strange light by the window. She even smiled, like she knew I would understand, like it was all some kind of big open secret. That smile messed with me more than the light did, honestly. I spent the rest of my trip out late just to avoid being in the room when that thing usually appeared. On my last night, I came back around 3 a.m. after wandering the park. The city was quiet and heavy with fog. The room felt normal, but before I went to sleep, I caught my reflection in the dark TV screen. Behind me, near the window, a faint shape leaned as if looking over my shoulder. Just a silhouette, framed in the city glow. I turned and it was gone. I didn't even walk to the window to check. My flight was at 7. I stayed by the door until sunrise, suitcase half zipped, coat on, and my shoes still tied. The Rescue Call from Grid Square 4729 by Thomas W. I worked for His Majesty's Coast Guard at the Coordination Centre in Aberdeen, Scotland for 9 years. My job was maritime search and rescue coordination, which means when someone calls in a distress situation at sea, I'm one of the people who coordinates the response. Dispatch helicopters, lifeboats, other vessels in the area. It's high-stress work, but usually straightforward. Someone has an emergency, we help them. In February of 2021, we received a distress call that didn't follow any normal pattern. It came in around 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, VHF radio channel 16, standard emergency frequency. It was a male voice, Scottish accent. Said his fishing vessel was taking on water approximately 100 miles north of Aberdeen, in Grid Square 4729. He gave his vessel name as the Morriglin, said that he had 3 crew aboard, including himself, and requested immediate assistance. I logged the call and started standard procedures. I asked for his exact position, nature of the emergency, whether they had life rafts ready. The voice responded with coordinates that placed him in the location he'd indicated, said they'd hit something, possibly a submerged container, had hull damage below the waterline. Pumps weren't keeping up with the flooding. Seas were running about 3 meters, wind 25 knots from the northeast. I checked the weather data for that area. His description matched current conditions exactly. I requested his MMSI number. That's the Maritime Mobile Service Identity, a 9-digit number that every vessel is supposed to have for identification. He read off a number. I entered it into our system and got no result. Tried again. Same thing. The MMSI he gave me was not registered to any vessel. I asked him to verify the number. He repeated it. Same digits. I told him we weren't showing that registration and asked for an alternate identifier. He gave me what he said was the vessel's official number. I ran that through the UK ship register database. Nothing. The Morriglin didn't exist according to our records. While this was happening, I had already dispatched a search and rescue helicopter from RAF Lossiemouth and alerted a nearby offshore supply vessel to divert to the coordinates. The voice on the radio was calm, but I could hear strain underneath it. He knew his situation was deteriorating. I asked how many people were aboard. He said 3. He gave me their names: James Morrison, skipper; David Morrison, his brother; and Colin Fraser, crew. Ages 52, 49, and 31 respectively. I wrote everything down. He said the boat was listing heavily to starboard now. Maybe 30 degrees. Water was in the engine room. They were preparing to abandon to the life raft. The helicopter reached the coordinates 18 minutes after the initial call. Pilot reported no vessel visible, no life raft, no emergency beacon signal, no radar contact. Weather conditions were as described. They conducted a square search pattern around the given position for 40 minutes and found nothing. The supply vessel arrived 20 minutes after the helicopter. Same result: empty ocean. They stayed on scene for another hour, doing an expanded search. No debris, no oil slick, no evidence of any vessel in distress. During this time, the radio had gone silent. The voice had stopped transmitting about 2 minutes before the helicopter arrived on scene. I tried raising him multiple times, but no response. I filed a full incident report and started doing research. I checked historical records for any vessel named Morglin operating out of Scottish ports. I found one result: a fishing trawler registered in Fraserburgh, built 1967, owned and operated by the Morrison family. The vessel was lost with all hands in October 1985, in almost the exact same location as the coordinates from our distress call. 3 men died when the Morglin sank. James Morrison, age 52, skipper; David Morrison, age 49, and Colin Fraser, age 31. The official investigation determined that they'd likely hit a submerged object, sustained hull damage, and went down before they could transmit a distress call. No mayday was ever received. The wreck was never located. I pulled the audio recording of our radio communication and compared the details. The voice had given me the exact names and ages of the men who died in 1985. The vessel description, the nature of the emergency, the location, everything matched the historical incident. I showed this to my supervisor. He listened to the recording, read the historical report, and told me not to include the identity information in my incident file. Said it was probably somebody playing a sick prank, using the old tragedy for some kind of hoax. But he couldn't explain how they knew the precise location where the original Morglin went down. That information wasn't in the public investigation report. The coordinates were only in internal Coast Guard records from 1985. The helicopter crew and the supply vessel both confirmed there was nothing at that location. No vessel, no people, no debris. The weather conditions were exactly as described by the voice on the radio, but there was no emergency in progress. 3 months later, same grid square, same approximate coordinates, we got another distress call. It was the same voice and vessel name and situation. This time I asked him what year it was. He said 1985, October 15th, 1985. I asked him to repeat that. He did, his voice starting to show panic, asking why that mattered when his boat was sinking. The radio cut out. Aircraft and vessels found nothing. It's happened 4 more times since then. Always the same grid square. Always between October and February. Always the same voice calling for help. The same names, vessel, and emergency. Different operators have taken the calls. We all hear the same thing. We dispatch resources every time because you have to. You can't ignore a distress call, even if you think you know how it's going to turn out. The last call was 3 weeks ago. I wasn't working that shift, but I read the report. Same pattern. We've stopped trying to explain it. There's a note in our system now flagged to that grid square. When calls come from that location, identifying as the Morag Lynn, we respond, but we don't expect to find anything. The Thing in the Green River by Sarah Kay. I grew up in Ohio County, right near the Green River. Where I'm from in Kentucky, the river isn't just a body of water. It's part of the background noise of your life. People fish in it, swim in it, drag coolers down to its sandbars in July. And almost everyone, whether they admit it or not, knows about the Green River monster. You don't really talk about it in public, unless you want to get side-eyed at the grocery store. Nobody wants to be the crazy neighbor who brings up humanoids and demons at the potluck. But the stories are there. Some people call it a humanoid. Some say it's a demon. Some don't call it anything at all. They just say that you shouldn't be outside by the river after dark. My dad had this particular warning. If the cicadas suddenly stop buzzing in the middle of a July night, you need to be inside the house with the deadbolt turned. I grew up thinking that this was just his way of making sure I didn't sneak down to the water at night. It felt like local folklore, designed to keep kids from drowning in the current. I held on to that explanation, right up until about 3 weeks ago. I was house-sitting for my cousin, who lives out on a back road near Cromwell. Her place is fairly isolated. The house sits on a ridge overlooking a bend in the Green River, surrounded by thick hardwoods and those tangled blackberry thickets that turn everything into a briar maze. It was around 11 at night, and I was out on the back porch letting her bloodhound Roscoe out for one last bathroom break. The humidity was a living thing. It felt like you could chew the air. The woods were loud with summer. Frogs, crickets, all the usual noise layered on top of itself. Roscoe lumbered to the edge of the tree line and started sniffing around, nose to the ground, tail lazily swinging. Then he went still. Not curious still, terrified still. Every muscle in his body went tight. His tail dropped, and instead of barking, he let out this sad, high-pitched whine. He backed up onto the porch by himself, pressing against my leg, but he never took his eyes off a patch of shadows near an old sycamore tree. And then, just like that, the woods went silent. It wasn't gradual. Everything just cut off at once. 1 second, it was a full summer soundscape, and the next, it was like someone had hit a mute button on the entire county. The silence was so complete, it made my ears ring. I stood up slowly and reached for the porch light. My fingers were literally hovering over the switch when I saw movement near the riverbank. Something was pulling itself up over the ledge. At first, I tried to make it into a person. Maybe a night fisherman who'd drifted too far, or someone who'd come up the bank from a boat. It stood up fully, though, and that theory dissolved. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and incredibly thin. The way it moved reminded me of a spider, or a grasshopper trying to mimic a human walk. There was a weird, mechanical quality to the way its joints seemed to work. It wasn't wearing clothes, but its surface wasn't bare skin either. Under the moonlight, it looked like wet, gray river mud, molded into the shape of a body. Slick, reflective, and all wrong. I didn't move. I didn't speak. Every instinct I had screamed at me not to draw attention to myself. It walked into the center of the yard. That's when the glitching started. As it moved, the space around it seemed to stutter. The only comparison I can make is to an old scratched DVD. The image freezes for a microsecond, then jumps ahead, skipping whatever should have happened in between. One moment, it was 10 feet from the porch. Then it was 12, then 8. There was no visible transition between those points. It wasn't walking through the space. It was just appearing at new coordinates, like reality around it was dropping frames. I rubbed my eyes, convinced it had to be a trick of the light or my contacts drying out. But Roscoe's head snapped back and forth in the same jerky rhythm, tracking it perfectly. Whatever was happening, we were both seeing it. It stopped about 20 feet from the porch and turned its head toward me. Up close, its face, or what passed for one, was worse than its body. I couldn't see a nose or ears, just two massive pale eyes that looked like dinner plates made of cloudy glass. When it opened its mouth, I didn't hear anything in the air. The sound appeared directly inside my skull. It was the noise of a dial-up modem, that old screeching MRI static-heavy digital wail, but slow and warped. It vibrated behind my eyes and down into my jaw, like my bones were picking it up more than my ears. As that sound went on, the creature started to blur. It looked like a long-exposure photograph come to life. I could see 3 or 4 versions of it at once, overlapping. In one, it was reaching out a hand. In another, it was crouching. In another, it was standing perfectly straight. All of them were translucent, like the thing was trying on different positions and not fully committing to any of them. That was the point where my survival instinct finally overrode my curiosity. I grabbed Roscoe by the collar, yanked him inside, slammed the sliding glass door, and locked it. I pulled the heavy curtains shut, but thin slivers of light leaked through the edges, just enough for me to see a flickering brightness in the yard. It was like a broken strobe light was going off out there, irregular pulses of light that made my stomach twist. I sat on the kitchen floor with my back against a cabinet, a kitchen knife in one hand and my phone in the other. I kept looking at the microwave clock. I wanted to call emergency services so badly, but every time I imagined the conversation, "Hi, there's a gray glitching man in my cousin's backyard," I froze. The silence lasted exactly 10 minutes. I know because I watched every second tick by. At 11:15 p.m., the night switched back on. The crickets and frogs exploded into sound all at once, like someone had flipped a breaker. The flickering light in the yard stopped. The house felt normal again. I stayed on that kitchen floor until the sky got light. The next morning, I went out to the yard. I was sure there'd be something, but there wasn't. Except in the exact spot where the thing had seemed to stand the longest, there was a circle of dead vegetation about 3 feet wide. The clover and grass inside the circle weren't wilted or trampled. They were scorched black, like someone had taken a blowtorch to them. When I knelt and pressed my fingers into the soil there, expecting heat, The ground was ice cold. I left a day early. When my cousin asked why, I told her I had had a plumbing emergency at my own house. That lie was easier to manage than trying to explain that I thought something had glitched into our world and then flickered back out. Because that's what it felt like. It didn't feel like an animal, or even a monster in the usual sense. It felt like a projection, a render that didn't belong here, something that had loaded into the wrong environment for a moment, and then was deleted. Yesterday, my dad called. 3 of his cattle were found dead in the lower pasture near the river. No blood, no visible injuries. The vet couldn't find a cause of death. The only strange detail? The grass around the bodies had been burnt in perfect circles, just like the yard. I don't say Green River Monster out loud, not where anyone can hear me. But when the cicadas cut out all at once now, I don't stand around on the porch. I go inside, and I lock the deadbolt. The Buoy That Shouldn't Be There by Daniel R. So I've been working on lobster boats in Maine for about 15 years now. After a while, you just get used to the ocean and how it feels, the way it smells, the routine. You kind of start trusting the sea more than people sometimes. But every now and then, something happens out there that just doesn't make sense. This was in late 2021. I was out by myself at night, about 12 miles from Matinicus Island. It was late fall, really cold but calm, and the ocean was super flat. I had some music playing low, and my coffee was already cold. At around 2:30 in the morning, I saw a buoy up ahead. It wasn't one of ours, but that happens a lot. This one was flashing red, like the solar lights we use now, but the blinking was weird and slow, not the normal pattern. Also, it was in a spot where there shouldn't be any buoys at all. That area is just open water, no traps or anything. I figured maybe some weekend guy had set buoys without logging coordinates, so I moved the Millie Ray closer to check. That was my boat. I just thought maybe someone new put out buoys and forgot to log them, so I went closer in the boat to check. When I got about 100 yards away, it suddenly got really quiet. The water was just still, and all I could hear was my engine. The lights were a mixture of yellow and red, almost syrupy. It reflected across the surface without shimmer. Usually the rough water breaks up light, but here it lay straight. Perfect. Like a path. The light made it harder to see out the windows. When I looked at my mirrored image, it was a little off, like it was slow or something. I figured maybe I was just tired. When I turned the motor off, it got even quieter. There were no birds or water sounds. Nothing. You don't notice how noisy the ocean is until it just stops. The buoy bobbed without moving, like it was fixed to something solid below, tethered to stone rather than rope. I coasted closer, maybe 50 feet off, and realized it wasn't riding any regular current. Its base floated too high. It looked exactly like a working buoy, except it cast no shadow, and no visible anchor line ran beneath it. That's when the radio flared, a hard crackle, like when lightning hits near, except there wasn't a cloud. The channel display lit up, numbers spinning, then stopped dead on 16, the Coast Guard's distress frequency. A voice, faint, came through. Just one line, clipped by static. Keep your depth. Then nothing. I flicked the headset off immediately. The gauge lights were fluctuating. Depth finder jumping between 30 and 200 feet, which made 0 sense for where I was. I grabbed the spotlight and hit the buoy. The second that light hit, everything went to hell. The water between us, roughly 10 yards wide, looked like it inverted. Surface reflections fell downward, as if the light dove under rather than scattering out. That's the closest I can describe it. The buoy's light went from dim to blinding, and my instruments flashed overload warnings. Every circuit screamed like feedback from invisible speakers. The whole boat shook really hard, so much that the fuel gauge needle jumped. I almost fell over. And then it just went totally dark. The engine shut off on its own, and the buoy was gone. Just gone. I just drifted there for maybe 5 minutes until the generator started up again. When it did, the clock on the panel said 4:11 a.m., but my watch still said 2:36. When I checked the radar, everything displayed normal except my position. The GPS logged me 6 miles east of my original coordinates, closer to the shelf line than I'd ever dared to go in that rig. I hauled anchor and peeled straight back toward Rockland Harbor. Halfway in, another boat called over the radio, a guy from Booth Bay who'd launched at dusk that same night. He said something that spun my stomach, asked if I'd switched off my marker beacon, because he'd seen a stationary red light out in open water around 2:45, same position where I'd seen the buoy. He said the glow looked heavy, used that exact phrase. I didn't tell him what really happened. I just said it was probably wind drift or something and left it at that. When I docked that morning, the engine temperature gauge caught my eye. The log showed a spike to 73 degrees Celsius right before the shutdown, which shouldn't be possible unless the boat was running at full throttle, which obviously it wasn't. I cleaned the hull that weekend and found something unusual near the bow. It wasn't damage exactly, just a ring of lighter paint, a perfect circle about a foot wide, as if the ocean had bleached it in the night. I didn't say anything to the owner. I just logged my hours and kept going. But for months after, I kept seeing red flashes out on the water when I was driving along the coast. Maybe they were just navigation lights. Maybe I was just seeing things. Every lobsterman I know has stories about weird calm spots, where the water just goes still, the light looks wrong, and the electronics mess up. Most people say you shouldn't go after lights that don't move right, especially red ones. They say it means there's something old down there that doesn't want to be found. 2 summers later, when I was doing maintenance on the Millie Ray, I checked the transponder data. The night all that happened, the location beacon said the boat was inland for 40 minutes around midnight, right in the middle of some woods, miles from the ocean. The mechanic just shrugged when he saw it. He said GPS glitches happen all the time. Maybe he's right. But what sticks with me is that sometimes, on still mornings before dawn, when I'm up with my coffee, I still see that same weird red color out past the headlands. It's not just the color of light. It's like something glowing from beneath. I've told myself not to go back there a bunch of times. Even if I did, I don't think I'd find that buoy again. I'm not sure it was ever really there. Whatever that light was, I don't think boats like mine are supposed to mess with it. The Whispers in the Dark by Angela F. So I had to go to Rome for work last April and stayed in one of those old hotels they say is super Italian. It was near Via Giulia, right between an art gallery and a church that looked half empty. The building was old, with really thick walls, high ceilings, and a bunch of old furniture. Some of it was real, some of it just looked old. The room was pretty basic. Big windows looking out at an empty courtyard, old cracked floors, and this huge wooden wardrobe that smelled like cleaning stuff. At night it got quiet except for some scooters and the wind messing with the shutters. I figured it would be a good place to catch up on sleep. My first night there, I woke up because I thought I heard somebody whisper my name. It wasn't loud, it was just really close, like right next to my ear. I sat up, turned on the lamp, and looked around. Nothing. The curtains were moving a bit, even though the window was closed. I just waited a bit, told myself I was dreaming, and turned the light off again. After a few seconds, I heard whispering again. This time it was longer and sounded like more than one person, but I couldn't understand anything. I put my hand on the wall to see if it was just noise from another room, but it was cold and quiet. Strangely, though, the whispers stopped as soon as I touched the wall. The next morning, I told the lady at the front desk about it. She just smiled politely like she'd heard it before and said, "Old walls, you know, they make weird noises. It's part of the charm." That night, just after midnight, the whispers came back. At first, it almost sounded like singing or chanting, but really quiet. I turned on the lamp and everything stopped right away. The air felt weird, kind of heavy. I just left the light on all night after that. By the third night, I stayed up just to see if it would happen again. Of course, around the same time, the whispering started. This time, it sounded like it was almost saying words in Italian, but never finished. I kind of held my breath, and the whispers got louder, like they knew I was listening. I tried recording it on my phone, but as soon as I hit record, the sound just turned into static. When I stopped, the whispers came back, this time from the corner by the wardrobe. I really didn't want to look, but I did anyway. It just looked normal. Some shadows, my coat, nothing weird. But the quiet still had that heaviness, like I could feel it in my chest. For a second, I thought I heard my name again, but it didn't sound like it was in the room. It was more like it was coming from somewhere else, almost like it was stuck in the walls. I grabbed my phone and switched on the flashlight. The beam hit the wardrobe's door. Its polished surface reflected a thin strip of light. And for less than a second, there was another silhouette behind mine in the reflection. A head turned toward me, and then disappeared. After that, I kept the lights on all night. I didn't hear anything else until morning. When I opened the window, a pigeon flew off and some dust went everywhere. It smelled kind of like paper. Really old paper. I tried to move to another room, but the hotel was fully booked. The clerk didn't question the request. She just said that she couldn't help me. That afternoon, I went walking through Trastevere just to be around people and noise. I planned to stay out until late so I wouldn't have to sit waiting for the dark. I came back at about 11, and my room key was gone from the desk. The clerk said no one else had it, but I didn't have it, and it wasn't there. She just gave me a spare. When I got upstairs, my door was open, which of course made me super uncomfortable. Nothing was disturbed inside, but my suitcase sat open on the bed, clothes folded neatly, much neater than I'd left them. On top of everything lay my notebook, opened to a blank page. The pen I had used earlier was uncapped beside it, ink smeared faintly across the paper, as if someone had pressed down without writing. I almost left right then, but running didn't feel safe either. I sat on the chair under the light, waiting. At some point, exhaustion won and my eyes shut. When I woke up at dawn, the lamp had flickered off on its own. Everything was still. The whispers hadn't come back. When I was checking out, the young porter asked me in English if I had heard anything weird. I just stared at him, kind of confused. He shrugged and said, "It always happens in room 8. It's the oldest part of the house. Voices tend to stay there. I don't know, I've just heard things. Thought I would ask." I asked if they knew who the voices were. He just smiled and said, "No one alive." The Light in the Window by Daniel M. This happened in 2019, my first time traveling alone. Booked 5 nights in a cheap hotel near Piazza Barberini in Rome, the kind of place that sits wedged between better buildings, narrow hallways, lumpy bed, windows that almost reach another wall. I planned for quiet evenings, eat late, come back to the hotel, write postcards or scroll until I fell asleep. That first night, as I sat at the desk by the window, I noticed a light flickering across the narrow alley in the adjacent building. The building was older, shutters broken, marble chipped, vines dry and crusted against the wall. From what the receptionist said, it had been empty for years, still owned by some family fighting inheritance paperwork. But in one window on the second floor, directly across from mine, a dim yellow light pulsed. Not like a bulb going bad, more like a candlelight moving behind glass. At first, I thought maybe a squatter or groundskeeper still used the place, but something about the position of the window didn't add up. The glow came from deeper inside the room's layout, deeper than it seemed to allow, and each time it dimmed, I half expected to see motion, the silhouette of someone crossing maybe, only there never was. Night 2, same time, the light came on again. I found myself waiting for it after dinner like it was part of the itinerary. The flame wobbled slowly, close enough to catch shadows on the cracked plaster around it. I sat watching for almost 20 minutes, long after I meant to be asleep. It began to feel like something purposeful. The exact timing, the way the rhythm slowed and then stopped. At 1:13 a.m., the light blinked out completely. The next morning, walking past the alley, I looked at that same window from below. It was sealed with old boards nailed horizontally behind the shutters, which were warped but not fully open. No way for a candle to be set there, unless someone had unbarred it from inside. Still, night 3, the glow appeared again, brighter this time. Yellow edging white, flickering whiter across the glass. The air in my room felt colder when it came on. I told myself it could be reflection from streetlights or passing cars, though none reached that high. Still, a part of me was aware how I'd started sitting down at the desk earlier each evening, waiting subconsciously. Around midnight, as I watched, the flickering grew strangely steady, like the light was fixing itself into clarity. A faint shape formed in the frame, long and vertical, almost like a figure standing partly behind the drapes. I blinked hard, leaned forward, but the edges dissolved. I told myself my eyes were dry. When it cut out again at 1:13, I went to bed jittery, half laughing at myself. But before I drifted off, a subtle smell reached me. Burnt wax and dust. By morning, the smell was gone, but I couldn't shake it. That evening, on a whim, I asked the man at the front desk if the building across was ever occupied. He hesitated, smiling the way people do when they're deciding how much truth to share. "No," he said. "Old palazzo. No power. Nobody lives there." "So, no lights?" I pressed. He shrugged, looked past me into the doorway and then back. "In old cities, sometimes light moves on its own. Don't look too long." He grinned when he said it, but it didn't sound like a joke. Night 4, my curiosity curdled into obsession. I turned off all the lamps in my room and pulled up a chair directly at the window, curtains angled just enough that I could stare across unseen. The moment the clock struck 12, the light flashed again. Same window, same color, pulsing faintly. I counted. In intervals of 6 seconds, the glow brightened, dimmed, then swelled longer, like breathing. Then it steadied completely. Something, or someone, moved behind it. A ripple crossed through the curtain on that side, followed by a darker outline cast over the flickering glow. The shape was heighted, human, facing my direction. Every instinct told me to step back, but I sat dead still. There was a stretch where we just existed across that narrow void. Me behind my glass, it behind its own, the two panes mirroring each other. Then the light behind it began trembling faster, erratically, though the silhouette didn't move at all. At 1:13, right on schedule, it extinguished, like someone cupped their hand over a candle. Darkness flooded the alley. When I finally turned around to walk toward the bed, I noticed movement in the reflection of my window. Something faintly luminous seemed to shift just behind the glass, like a trick of my own lamp, except my lamp was off. By the time I looked back, it was gone. I slept maybe 2 hours that night, nerves humming. The 5th evening, before I left for dinner, I tried to take a picture of the opposite building through daylight. My phone camera struggled to focus on the dark window. It kept rendering glare or lens flare exactly where the reflection of that glow would be. 3 photos, all useless. When I returned late, the light was already glowing early, before midnight. The first time it hadn't waited for me to notice. Half an hour later, the temperature in my room sank. Not like a draft, but a tangible drop, like a fridge compressor kicking on. I stood and touched the glass. It was warm on my fingertips, faintly vibrating. I don't know why, but I whispered, "Who are you?" Almost on cue, the opposite glow dimmed to nothing. My entire room stayed smothered in stillness for a full minute. Then, out of nowhere, the desk lamp beside me flicked on by itself, shorted, and died. The smoke smell returned, hot metal mixed with wax. I didn't sleep at all. By morning, I had convinced myself to check out early and move hotels. The receptionist looked sympathetic, like he'd seen that reaction before. When I handed back the key, I mentioned the light again, laughing nervously. He didn't return the smile. He said quietly, "Then it saw you too." Outside, the fog had lifted, the usual Roman gold light returning everything to ordinary. I walked down toward Via Veneto, thinking I'd already half forgotten it. But when I stopped at the crosswalk, something made me glance back. The window across the alley was open, completely now, both shutters folded back, hitting the walls. Inside was only black shadow and part of a desk visible through clutter. Balanced there was a single white candle, unlit. I left Rome that afternoon. Every hotel since, I check the view the moment I arrive, especially if there's an old building next door. Most nights there's nothing except the standard spill of streetlight on plaster. But once, a few months later, while I was staying in Marseille, I woke up at about 1:13 a.m. to faint light pushing through my curtain. It was soft, flickering, rhythm steady as breath, like it had somehow closed the distance between us. The Current That Followed Us by Darren K. I've spent most of my life working on small boats, mostly fishing and dive trips near Cairns in Queensland. After a while, the sea becomes routine. You know it's powerful, but you don't think much about it. Then, in 2021, something happened that seemed wrong. It wasn't scary, just like something simple wasn't working the way that it should. We took a 3-day trip with 6 passengers and 3 crew, heading to a dive spot far out in the Coral Sea. Our boat, the Molonglo, is about 60 feet long. It's nothing fancy, but it does the job. The weather was good all week, with no storms. On the last night, we anchored about 20 kilometers from Osprey Reef. The sky was clear and full of stars. We planned to sleep, do a quick dive in the morning, and then head home. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to silence. Not the usual quiet, but the kind you notice when a machine stops running. The generator had cut out. Even half asleep, you get used to the background noise of a boat. When it disappears, you feel it right away. I jumped out of my bunk, expecting an engine fault light. But all the power was still reading normally. The noise had just stopped. Outside, the water looked oddly still under the moonlight. No shimmer. That's weird because even in no wind, the Coral Sea always breathes some ripple or drift. I went topside. The ocean was glass flat. Not smooth in the natural sense. Mirror flat, like buffed steel reflecting clouds. The boat lay dead center in it. The air was heavy and dry, almost static. The motion underfoot was off too. Lighter, like the Molonglo sat higher on the surface than normal displacement allows. Then I noticed our compass was slowly turning. There were no waves or interference, just a steady rotation. 5 degrees, then 10, then 15. North continued drifting, as if it couldn't decide where to point. When I spoke, my voice reflected with a slight delay. It was strange to actually hear myself answer myself. Mick came up from below, squinting and half-dressed. "The generator's fine," he said. Then he looked at the sea and his tone changed. "That's not the tide." We did a full systems check. Navigation, engine, temp, all of it. Everything was nominal. But the GPS position wasn't updating. It locked at the same coordinates for 20 minutes straight. Even when we tried marking new waypoints, they just stacked on each other like we hadn't moved. At 3:04 a.m., the horizon flashed once. Not lightning, more like bioluminescence on overload. It ran in a perfect rim across the horizon line, a single circular pulse. We thought maybe a meteor trace or satellite reflection, and then the water moved. The water didn't rise or churn. It slanted. The mirror-like surface leaned upward about 5 degrees toward the starboard, then settled flat again, smooth as glass. That shouldn't be possible. You can't tilt the ocean without wind or gravity changing. Still, we almost lost our balance. The passengers slept through nearly all of it. Only the crew noticed anything strange. Then a low vibration ran through the hull. At first you couldn't hear it. It was something you felt, like a far-off train under your feet. It lasted for a full minute, humming through every beam. I watched the stars reflected in the water shiver a little, even though the surface didn't move. We dropped a weighted line for depth reading. The line went slack after 40 meters, then snapped tight again, like it passed through open space before hitting resistance. The depth meter on sonar flickered between 63 meters and 410 multiple times before freezing on 0. The machine just quit after that. No error code. Mick decided to start both engines, but the starter wouldn't respond at first. On the second try, both engines turned over at the same time, which never happens, and the sound came in with a half-second delay, almost like an echo. That kind of two-step resonance just makes your hair stand on end. Once we started moving, or at least thought we were, there was no wake behind us. The Malonglo cut through the water, but the reflection stayed unbroken. I checked the stern lights, but there wasn't even a shimmer in their glow. We kept the throttle low for about half an hour, with everything else completely quiet. The compass needle stopped moving. Mick used the stars to steer us roughly west, but the stars kept shifting, as if the sky was rotating around us instead of above us. And then out of nowhere, the depth finder read 11 meters, which made no sense since we were way far out to sea. Before we could react, something huge appeared next to us, like a ridge, but smooth and without any waves. The moonlight hit it as the clouds parted. It was water, but frozen in place. A wave had curled up, 5 or 6 meters high, translucent and still, with air bubbles trapped inside. We floated past it. You could see small fish suspended inside, their tails trailing behind their bodies like a paused video frame. Nobody talked for a while. We all just stared, while the engines hummed over what looked like a solid glass sea. At 3:47 on the dot, everything started working again. The depth readings were normal, the compass found north, and the wake returned. Suddenly, we could smell the sea again. That salt and algae smell that had been missing before. The vibration stopped. The air thinned. The water moved naturally again. We looked at each other, waiting for things to get strange again, but nothing happened. The stars returned to normal, and the GPS finally updated. But instead of drifting west, we were suddenly 14 kilometers south, almost halfway to Holmes Reef. We anchored again at dawn and checked everything. There was no damage, and all of the electronics were working. But the timestamps on every digital log, navigation, sonar, even the galley's fridge monitor, showed the same gap, exactly 1 hour and 11 minutes missing. It was like the system just refused to record that time. It was with the harbor office out of Cairns when we got back. They chalked it up to temporary magnetic interference, but interference doesn't make seawater pause mid-tide. Here's what really convinced me that something strange happened. 2 weeks later, I was cleaning gear at the marina when Hallie, one of the passengers from that night, found me. She had finally checked her GoPro footage from a dive earlier that day. The camera had been left on overnight in her bunk, still recording because she had forgotten to lock it. At exactly 3:04, the same minute as the flash, her video jolts from black to a bright image of our cabin interior. Nobody inside. No audio. For 13 seconds, she caught a static blue light shining through the portal, as if the whole world outside glowed white. Then the feed cut dead. When she rebooted the camera afterward, the file was still there, but locked with the metadata tag environment frame overflow. Neither of us knew what that meant. We sent it to GoPro support, and they said that the code isn't public. The River Walker. This happened about 5 years ago on the Penobscot River in Maine. 3 of us had decided to do a simple weekend paddle, put in near Medway, drift down a couple of miles, and camp on one of the little islands that dot the river. The plan was straightforward: paddle, fish, drink a few beers, sleep, repeat. Out there, it's mostly pine and birch. It's the kind of deep woods that make you feel like the rest of the world has just been put on mute. You see moose sometimes, bear if you are unlucky, but not a lot else. That afternoon, everything fell into place. We found a sandy spit that made for a perfect camp, set up a fire ring, and by dusk, the air smelled like smoke and wet pine. The river had gone glassy, reflecting the last of the orange sky so clearly it looked like we were camped between 2 sunsets. I turned in a little early. I'd gotten too much sun, and the combination of heat and cheap beer had left me feeling wrung out. I lay there in the tent, half asleep, listening to my friends laugh by the fire. Their voices came and went, weaving in with the gentle sound of the current and the occasional pop from the logs. It felt safe, ordinary. At some point around midnight, the laughing stopped. I didn't notice it right away. What woke me up fully was the silence. Not the good kind you get in the woods, where you can still hear insects and night birds, but a heavy, unnerving absence of sound. Just the current and the occasional crackle from the fire. No voices, no movement. Then I heard splashing. Most of the time out there, splashing is just fish breaking the surface or a beaver slapping its tail. You learn the sound palette of the river pretty quickly. This was different. It was heavier and more deliberate, a steady rhythm that sounded less like an animal and more like footsteps. Footsteps in water. I unzipped the tent and stuck my head out. The fire had burned down to a bed of red coals. My friends were sitting rigid in their camp chairs, shoulders locked, staring toward the river. I followed their gaze. Something was standing in the water. It was upright, waist deep, maybe 30 feet from shore. At first, I tried to make it into a moose because that would have been a relief, honestly. But it was too narrow, too tall. The shoulders were bony and angular, and the arms hung low, long and pale against the dark water. It looked like it had been pulled out of the river itself and stretched into the rough shape of a person. It was walking. It moved upstream against the current, one slow step at a time. The water broke around its chest in a smooth line, and there was almost no splash beyond what its legs displaced. It didn't lurch or stumble. It just progressed, steady and unbothered, like the flow of the river was nothing to it. We whispered to each other, just enough to confirm that we were all seeing the same thing. Nobody reached for a flashlight. We all had them within arm's reach, but some instinct cut across the 3 of us at the same time. If we lit it up, it would look back, and none of us wanted to know what it would mean to have its full attention. It kept moving, parallel to our camp. From where I was, I could clearly see the water breaking against its chest. The head was what really lodged in my mind. It was too small for the body, and tilted down, like it was staring into the riverbed, rather than looking ahead. It never once turned toward us. It passed directly in front of our camp. For maybe 20 seconds, we watched this thing walk through the current, steady and unchanging, like a looped piece of footage. It never paused, never hesitated, never gave any sign that it was aware of us at all. When it reached the far end of the island, it faded into shadow, swallowed up by the darkness and the bend in the river. We sat there waiting, listening for more splashes, for movement, for anything. Nothing came. None of us went back to sleep. We fed the fire high, not because we needed the light, but because it felt like the only barrier we had. Every ripple on the river made my stomach knot. Every small sound sent a shot of adrenaline through me. We didn't talk much. Honestly, I don't think we had language for it yet. When dawn finally came and the world turned gray instead of black, we moved. In daylight, it almost felt ridiculous to be so shaken. Almost. We checked the bank on our side first. There were our prints, our drag marks from the canoe, but nothing else. No sign that anything had come close to our camp from the water. Across the way, it was different. The mud over there looked disturbed, like something heavy had climbed out of the river. There were long, dragging marks, too wide to be deer, too clean and oddly shaped to be moose. They didn't look like any hoof or boot I've ever seen. We didn't spend a lot of time studying them. We packed fast, faster than we ever had on any other trip. The plan had been to fish and hang out another day, really soak in being off the grid. Instead, we pushed off and paddled downstream, not even pretending to fish. None of us wanted to linger. Since then, we've tried out labels. We've called it a cryptid, a spirit, even a hallucination we somehow shared. None of those really fit. What I know is this. Something walked upstream that night on the Penobscot River, in water that should have dragged at its legs, and it moved like the river belonged to it, and we did not. The Lights Beneath Us by Henrik G. I worked trawlers through the North Sea for 23 years. You stop being impressed by the ocean after the first 5. It's just water, weather, and work that ruins your back. The sea is not romantic at 3 a.m. when the deck is slick with fish and diesel. It's stubborn and mechanical, like a machine pretending to be a landscape. Still, I saw things out there that I can't file away as a misread radar or fatigue. This one happened back in the winter of 2010, on a vessel called Orn, running out of Bergen, Norway. We were hauling full-time that season, a crew of 8, 50-ton hold, working the same patch about 140 nautical miles southwest of Stavanger. Conditions were steady for 3 days straight. Cold and quiet, almost no swell, which is rare for the North Sea. We'd drag nets overnight, haul in at sunrise. Around midnight on the 3rd night, I was on rotation in the wheelhouse with Jensen, our navigator. The radar showed a single, faint contact about a half-mile off port. Small, no transponder signal. We figured maybe debris or a drifting buoy. The radar didn't show any vessels nearby. I went out to deck to check with binoculars. Clear night, no moon, bits of glow on the horizon from oil rigs way out east. That faint light far left caught my eye, not high like a ship's mast, but low, moving just under the surface. At first, I thought it was phosphorescence from current, the plankton glow that happens when water moves fast. But this wasn't spread out. It was clean, geometric, almost rectangular, like a faint green beam tracing parallel to us under the waterline. It stayed at the same pace as the boat. I yelled down to Anders at the deck pump controls to kill the stern lights. Once the top deck went dark, I saw it better. Something running the entire length of our hull, about 50 meters out, shadowing us. Then another glow appeared on the opposite side. Same shape, same distance, but now flanking us like runway lights. The first word Jensen said when I shouted up was submarine, but by then I already knew that wasn't possible. Military subs don't burn light. They don't cruise that shallow, and they don't run twin. The captain came up not long after and started out over the rail next to me. He looked old and small in that light, hands stiff from cold. After a few seconds, he muttered, "They'll stall soon." I asked what he meant, but he didn't answer. We kept moving another 10 minutes before the glow started pulsing. Slow, rhythmic, as if in communication. It lit the waves upward instead of downward. You could see faint, shifting gradients in the beams. Not transparent, but pulsing through something semi-solid. The water around them didn't move like normal current. Ripples bent toward the glow instead of away. Then the onboard sonar went nuts. High-pitched squeal, numbers freezing at 10 meters, 0, then blank screen. Jensen slapped the monitor like that would fix physics. The boat slowed on its own. No engine issue, just drag, like the sea thickened around us. And this is where memory doesn't fit the timeline anymore. I know what I did, but the sequence blurs. I remember grabbing the railing, waiting for a wave, except waves stopped existing. The white noise of the water dulled. Every sound tightened to one flat hum under the deck. I swear for about 30 seconds, the horizon folded. Folded, like distance retracted. The glow expanded from under us until it was all blue-green light swallowing the whole from beneath. The sky above it mirrored hard white, turning reflection into depth. Everything flipped orientation. I couldn't tell sea from air for a breath. And then it cut out. When everything slammed back into place, it was too loud again. Engine noise and metal strain and water slap. The vessel rocked hard, once. All the systems rebooted on their own. Sonar, radar, even cabin lights flickering back to normal brightness. We two on deck were fine, but below, 4 of the crew were out cold in their bunks. One guy's wristwatch read 2:11. Mine said 3:47. None of us remembered anything after the moment the ship slowed. At least not accurately. The captain didn't want to file it officially. He said whatever happened messed with the instruments but not the equipment. No reason to complicate insurance. That morning, while offloading the net to check for ribs, I noticed something. There was no sign of seaweed or plankton dusting or anything. Any crew knows nets stay slimy after a deep trawl, but ours were clean, bone dry. That evening, over coffee, Jensen showed me his notebook. He always logged time and coordinates by hand. The entries jumped from 1:58 to 4:02 with nothing in between. No scribble, no skipped line, just gone. The onboard chart data did the same. Blank recording gap in GPS, depth, pressure, everything. We made port 3 days later. None of us really talked about it with outsiders. The company had a habit of mocking superstitions, and no one wanted a reputation. 2 months later, a friend from another trawler mentioned seeing a grid of lights under the water, north of the Shetlands. Same soft green tint, same parallel formation. His captain logged a sonar malfunction at that exact timestamp that the orange systems flared out. It bothered me enough that I started mapping. There's this archive site that keeps public AIS traffic data and oceanic radar overlap zones. When I lined them up, there was a dead strip, no vessel data at all for roughly 140 nautical miles, crossing the coordinates where both our ships had been. The void section wasn't square, but hourglass-shaped. I've since heard stories from other seamen calling it the ladder, some echoing joke on how the pattern rises and retracts. The superstitious claim it's old sonar tech from the Cold War buried under the silt. But sonar doesn't move that fast, and it doesn't crawl alongside boats. Here's the detail that never leaves me. A few weeks after the Orne returned, one of the crew, Anders, the guy who had killed the deck lights, checked himself into a hospital in Bergen for severe vertigo. He said the ground under him would shift like deck roll, even in bed. Doctors blamed inner ear damage from engine noise. 2 days after discharge, he went back to sea with another company. That ship sank 2 months later in calm weather. Only one survivor. They said it went down fast. No mayday, no distress signal. I wanted to believe in coincidence. Trust me, I did. And then last winter, I was driving near the harbor during a whiteout storm. Visibility maybe 10 meters tops. Every boat light along the docks blurred in horizontal lines through the snow. Between the gusts, one pair of them stayed unnaturally steady. 2 faint green beams running parallel, pointing straight into the black of the fjord. The same muffled hush hit, thick as it had mid-sea. No wind sound or seagull screech. Nothing. I blinked, and they cut out. Maybe there's logic buried in geology, or pressure waves, or magnetic interference, or something scientific I don't have language for. But I still dream in that hue. Green bleeding through dark water, folding distance into itself, leaving old coordinates behind. The ocean remembers every shape it's taken. I just didn't think it would try to show me all of them at once. The Black Current by Ellis K. This happened in 2009, when I was stationed on an oceanographic vessel called the Vanguard, running under the U.S. Navy, but technically civilian operations. We were somewhere in the South Atlantic, northeast of Tristan da Cunha, the most isolated archipelago on Earth. Most people don't even realize there's a patch of open water that empty. We were running hydrophone arrays, miles of sensors tracing underwater sound frequencies for mapping thermocline changes. Routine work, no drama. The world above water was mild. Light swell, clear horizons, no storms on radar. Beneath us, the sonar showed standard layering. Cold bands sitting neatly under warm ones. Nothing to write home about. But at 1:47 one morning, all our sensors hit black simultaneously. Not malfunction, which gives error codes. This was nothing. Depth readings went from 3,890 meters to 0 flatline. It lasted 12 seconds before blinking back with no data loss, which shouldn't be physically possible. The ship's scientific lead, a woman named Dr. Haynes, let's say, said it could have been a temporary shadow, a sudden interruption of signal caused by unusual temperature layering. That's what we logged it as. But right after that, the seawater intakes started shaking. Every sensor in the hull picked up vibration in the line, the same pulse, measured at exactly 31 hertz. You can't hear that pitch. You feel it in your spinal cord. The sound went on for nearly 8 minutes. We shut down the array to check for cavitation. No leaks or damage, just that steady pulse through steel, like distant machinery running under the hull. At 3 o'clock sharp, it stopped completely, and the ocean around us went still. Ships talk to each other through noise. Engines, echo, propeller wash. The silence afterward was surgical. Even the creaks the hull makes when it shifts under stress were gone. It was like pressure itself shut off. I stepped outside with 2 others to check for nearby vessels, but visibility was perfect. Sea, horizon, stars, moon. The reflection on the water was too clean, like glass stretched for miles. The captain logged a position drift of 0.7 knots southwest, against current, wind, and thruster input. Said maybe the thermals underneath had shifted. That's when one of the hydrophone techs, Conklin, pointed out his monitor feed. He had a live graph of sound levels replaying. He'd reverse filtered the pulse we'd heard earlier. There was modulation inside it. A second, faint tone pattern buried deep, like a voice you can't quite hear. He showed us the playback, which was way slowed down. It didn't sound like whales or vehicle interference. It pulsed regularly, 5 long, 1 short, over and over. The strangest part is that the intervals matched Morse structure. We wrote it down. Translated through Morse code, it said, "Move away." We laughed about it for an hour. It was too perfect to be real. Obvious coincidence. But as dawn broke, the water started to darken. Not a color shift like cloud shadow. Density. The sea turned opaque. Visibility dropped from blue to ash gray within 30 minutes. Sun overhead and no reflection. Just matte, lifeless surface. That's when the compass froze. Every instrument, magflux, rotor sensors, even the gyros, all sat steady. The vanguard stopped turning. It was like we'd been pinned in invisible molasses. You could feel vibration again, but weaker, irregular. The sound returned only through the hull. No echo or propagation through the air. It was like we were underwater, even though we were above it. The smell changed, too. Faint metallic tang, sharper than rust. Some of the crew rubbed their eyes and said it stung like ozone. At 8:12, we caught a visual of something huge in the east. At first glance, I thought it was a storm front or cold fog line, dark sheet stretching horizon to horizon. And then, I realized it was moving. The entire section of ocean ahead lifted higher than the surrounding water. A dome swell, rising without a wave break, tall enough that the binocular view showed curvature. It wasn't fluid behaving normally. Water should not contour itself like that. The chrome-like mirror finish across its surface made it look solid. The radio operator tried to hail anyone in range. There was no reception, not even static, like frequencies themselves just cut out. Dr. Haynes came out with a handheld recorder, shouting that she'd never seen differential compression waves like this before. The dome moved closer. Not fast, but steady, displacing the surface perfectly smoothly instead of breaking it. The shadow underneath swallowed sunlight as it drew near. At around a half-mile distance, everything electronic began to fail one by one. Not spark out, just went completely blank. The ship fell quiet, except for ventilation fans spinning mechanical speed, and then the temperature plunged. This was not like wind chill. The air dropped 15 degrees Celsius in under a minute. All of a sudden, we could see our breath. Through the telescope, that surge ahead rippled, and inside it were lights. Small ones, faint white at first, and then blue, and then violet. It looked like depth markers blinking up through layers. Only they weren't rising, they were descending. Thousands of them. As it passed parallel, the dome collapsed inward, and the vibration shot through the hull like a heartbeat. One of the engineers below decks swore he heard grinding voices through the conduit. I was topside, so I didn't hear that. But I heard the air, if that makes any sense. The atmosphere itself carried noise, but backwards, like echo without origin. Every metallic surface seemed to breathe sound. We drifted roughly 800 meters before propulsion came back. When we looked astern, the sea had calmed. Normal color, normal motion. The compass restored. GPS pinged new coordinates 42 miles east of our logged position. The captain ordered course north immediately, and nobody argued. Later that day, Dr. Haynes reviewed hydrophone backup data. The black period, the 12-second blank from earlier, registered again but twice as long. There was no silence. It was not an electronic baseline. There was no waveform. The software couldn't graph it. It treated it the same as non-existent data. It's like the equipment wasn't even in the world for that time frame. When she ran isolation filters on the second pulse, the signal repeated. Morse again. This one said, "Stay out." We returned to port after completing survey requirements, but the Navy shut our data out under NDA 2 weeks later, officially marked it as seismic misread. I'd have moved on, if not for something else that happened years later. A close friend of mine, Sarah, works geophysical surveillance for NOAA. She reached out this past April, asking if I had ever seen proximity interference tied to Station HC-11. When I checked, that coordinate was the same region our vessel had logged that blackout in. She sent me a private clip from one of their deep sensors, a 4,000-meter probe running broadband audio. The feed recorded a 31 hertz tone for 8 hours straight, nearly identical to what we heard that night, pulse for pulse. I told her what we had experienced. She didn't laugh or doubt me. She just said one thing before ending the call. It's active again. I haven't heard from her since. Sometimes I read about deep anomalies. The unexplained hums in Mariana, the bloop off Chile, the Julius Sounds near Antarctica, patterns that people write off as caving ice or collapsing shelves. I believe them, up to a point. And then I think about the way the ocean looked that morning. The black density, the silence, the message embedded miles down that has now been shut down and privated and classified as a misread. Navy oceanographers later told me layers in thermocline structures can cause trapped acoustic reflections from our own sonar. But every manual I've read says that sound waves weaken through distance. That was not feedback. It was instruction. There's a stretch of ocean people cross that's empty on every map. No fisheries. No trade routes. Nobody questions why, because there's no real reason to go there. But when I look at global current modeling, that's exactly where major gyres overlap. Streams rotating in opposite directions, never mixing. I think about the phrase black current. It isn't about color. It's about boundaries. Something deep keeps a border drawn there. And every once in a while, we drift too close. The Drift Net by Leo F. So I was working on this small fishing boat out of Reykjavik, Iceland in 2015. I'd been doing it for a while, so I was used to the cold, the rough water, and the boring parts. After a bit, you just focus on not falling over instead of looking at the ocean. This happened early in the winter, in a stretch of open ocean somewhere southeast of Greenland. The captain said the weather would hold until morning. The forecast looked fine, no storms in radar range. We were sweeping one of our last sets of nets for the night, maybe 1 a.m. Everyone except me and Einar, another deckhand, was below deck getting food. We'd been pulling nets for 15 minutes when we both noticed something wrong with the water. The water was flat, which was kind of weird. The wind was still blowing, but the waves just stopped. The boat felt like it was stuck in ice, but the water was clear. No foam, nothing moving. I said something about it and Einar just shrugged, but I could tell he noticed too, because he grabbed the winch a little tighter. We got the last of the nets up and were about to secure them when the radio crackled. It was an automated weather warning broadcast, but scrambled. The language was Icelandic, I think, but the words stuttered in and out like two recordings overlapping, and then silence. A minute later, the boat turned left kind of slowly, but hard enough that we both had to grab something. The water on the right side just went calm, like someone cut a line through it. It was so clear you could see way down, even though it was dark. Einar pointed his flashlight down. Everything under the water was just sitting there, not moving. Fish, junk, our lines, nothing moved. There were no ripples. It looked fake, like a resin diorama. I yelled for the captain, but my voice sounded weird, like it got swallowed up. Einar was still leaning over the side, staring. And then a light started coming up from under the water. It wasn't super bright, just kind of glowing. First it was white and then gray, and then this weird blue. It didn't look like plankton or anything normal. It almost looked like it was showing something that wasn't really there. Einar whispered, "Do you see that?" and then dropped the flashlight. The sound of it hitting the deck was the only thing that felt real. Everything else felt off. I pulled Einar back. The light started making rings, moving really slow. The deeper ring didn't make any ripples. It just kind of folded in. Then we heard this low whining noise coming up through the boat, not through the air. Whatever it was, I could feel it shaking up through my chest and jaw. Einar was biting down so hard he started bleeding. It just felt like pressure everywhere. And then suddenly it all stopped. The light was gone, and the ocean came back fast, and a big wave hit the boat. The winch lost power and the lights flickered. I just went to fix the nets, and Einar grabbed the rail, looking really shaken. We just stood there for a bit, looking at the ocean like normal again. The waves were back and everything felt real again. We went below when the captain came up yelling about the power going out. I didn't say anything. He said all the gauges went crazy for about a half a minute. The depth finder said 0 and the GPS showed us way off near Svalbard. He thought it was just some electrical problem. But here's the part nobody could explain. When we ran the first haul the next morning, all the fish inside that same net were stiff. Not frozen, but petrified. Skin slick and colorless, gills locked open. Not rotting, just halted. We dumped the batch overboard. Nobody complained, but the captain logged it under net contamination to keep the paperwork simple. A week after docking, one of the engineers ran diagnostics on the onboard sonar unit. The time-stamped error code from that night matched none of the book records. The readout literally said, "Void loop, data repeated." I'm not saying it was aliens or anything like that, but here's the thing. 3 years later, I was working on another boat near the Faroe Islands. One of the guys, a Danish dude, told me that his uncle's ship once hit a still patch up north. Same flat water and weird light. Their compasses spun for 11 minutes, and then the depth finder reset. He said people call that spot the undertrack, like it opens up sometimes and then closes before you even know you went through it. Now, whenever I go through a calm spot at sea, especially when the wind just stops, I always think about Einar leaning over the rail and that weird reflection in the water. Maybe it was just some weird current or something with the water, but it didn't feel normal. It felt like everything just stopped for a second, like something was deciding what to do next. People always say the sea hides stuff that doesn't belong. I think sometimes it hides the same thing more than once. The Guest in the Third Row by Leo G. I'm currently sitting in a small pensione in Siena, and I've spent the last 6 hours trying to convince myself I didn't actually see what I think I saw. I flew out here for my cousin's wedding. It was supposed to be a dream ceremony, a 12th century stone chapel tucked away in the hills of Tuscany, surrounded by olive groves and those tall, thin cypress trees that look like dark flames against the sky. The chapel, San Galgano, was beautiful but ancient. It had that heavy, damp smell of old limestone and incense that's been settled into the floorboards for 800 years or so. The ceremony started around 4 p.m. I was sitting in the third row, on the aisle, trying to stay focused on the priest's Italian, while the sun streamed through the high, narrow windows and dusty shafts. Everything was going perfectly, until the exchange of vows. The chapel was dead quiet. You could have heard a pin drop on the marble. My cousin, Maria, was just beginning to speak when I heard a sound from the very back of the church. It was the sound of a camera shutter. It sounded like click-whir. I didn't think much of it. We had a professional photographer floating around, so it made sense. But then the sound happened again, and this time it was right behind my left ear. I turned my head slightly, thinking the photographer had snuck up behind me. There was a woman sitting at the end of the row directly behind mine. I hadn't noticed her before. She was wearing a dress the exact shade of the stone walls, a dull, textured gray. She had a fascinator on her head, but the lace veil was pulled all the way down over her chin. She wasn't holding a camera. Her hands were folded in her lap. They were pale, almost translucent looking, and the fingers were twice as long as they should have been. As I watched, She leaned forward. She didn't move her neck. Her entire torso tilted like it was on a hinge. She opened her mouth, or where her mouth should have been under the lace, and out came the sound of the camera shutter again. Click whir. It wasn't a vocal imitation. It was a high-fidelity mechanical playback of an SLR shutter. A digital one. It had the exact metallic clink of the mirror flipping up. I looked back at the altar. No one else seemed to notice. Maria was still speaking, her voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling. I turned back to the woman in gray, but she wasn't there anymore. The seat was empty. The guest sitting next to where she'd been, an uncle from Milan, was staring straight ahead, totally oblivious. I felt a cold sweat break out across my neck. I tried to focus on the ceremony, but then the glitch started to affect the priest. He was mid-sentence when his voice suddenly looped. Per tutta la vita, per tutta la vita, per tutta la vita. He repeated the phrase 6 times in rapid succession. His mouth wasn't moving in sync with the words anymore. His jaw was hanging open, and the sound was coming from the stone pulpit itself. It sounded like a corrupted audio file. The guests started to shift in their seats, whispering. But then the priest snapped back into motion, continuing the prayer as if nothing had happened. I looked toward the side of the chapel, near the baptismal font. The woman in gray was there. She was standing now. She was taller than she had been a minute ago, at least 7 feet. Her gray dress didn't have any seams. It looked like the fabric was actually part of her skin, like textured, as though the rough-hewn limestone of the church was her dress and her skin. She turned her head toward me. The lace veil didn't move, but behind it, I saw a flash of something. It wasn't eyes. It was a reflection of the altar, but the image was inverted. I could see Maria and the groom standing upside down inside the eyes of this thing. She raised one of those long, spindly hands and pointed it at the wedding cake sitting on a table near the entrance. Suddenly, the cake began to stutter. The white frosting started to flicker between white and a bright neon magenta. It looked like a texture error in a video game. 1 second the cake was 3 tiers of vanilla bean. The next, it was a jagged, blocky mass of purple light. Then the sound returned, but it wasn't a camera. It was Maria's voice. "I, Maria, take you," the voice said from the back of the room. It played the first 5 words of her vow, over and over, getting louder each time. The pitch started to shift, dropping lower and lower, until it sounded like a recording being played at half speed. The woman in gray started to lag toward the altar. She didn't walk. She would vanish and reappear 3 feet closer every second. Pop, pop, pop. Each jump made a sound like a speaker blowing out. I stood up, ready to shout, to stop the wedding, to do anything. But when I tried to speak, my own voice was gone. I opened my mouth and all that came out was the sound of the camera shutter. Click, whir. I looked at my hands. My skin was turning gray. The texture of my suit jacket was starting to blur, the navy blue wool merging into my wrists. I looked at the guest next to me. He was frozen. Everyone was frozen. The priest, the bride, the groom, they were all stuck in a single frame of motion, like a paused movie. The only thing moving was the woman in gray. She reached the altar and stood behind Maria. She reached out and touched Maria's shoulder. The second her fingers made contact, the world reloaded, for lack of a better word. The lights in the chapel surged. I felt a jolt, like an electric shock, and suddenly I was sitting back in the third row. The priest was finishing the blessing. Maria and the groom were kissing. The guests were clapping. It was 4:45 p.m. I looked behind me. The seat was empty. I looked at the baptismal font. Nothing but shadows. My voice was back, and my suit was just wool again. I walked out of that church as fast as I could without running. At the reception afterward, I found the photographer. I asked to see the shots from the ceremony. I just told him I wanted to see how the lighting looked. He scrolled through the digital previews on his screen. Every single photo from the exchange of vows was corrupted. They were filled with digital noise, jagged lines of gray and purple, and weird, blocky artifacts that obscured the bride and groom. In the very last photo of the ceremony, right as they kissed, there is a figure in the background. It's a tall gray shape standing behind Maria. It doesn't have a face, but it's wearing a lace veil. And if you look closely at the eyes behind the lace, you can see a reflection. It's a reflection of me, sitting in the third row, looking directly into the camera. I'm leaving Italy tomorrow. I didn't go to the farewell brunch. I don't want to see Maria. I don't want to hear her voice, because every time she speaks, I can still hear that faint, mechanical click whir underneath her words. I don't think the guest left the church. I think it found a way to save itself into the family, like some kind of virus in a file. And I'm terrified that the next time I see a family photo, the person standing next to me won't be a cousin at all. The House by the Mangroves. In 2022, I was backpacking through Queensland, staying mostly in cheap hostels and quick Airbnbs when I could find them. I'd been living on the East Coast for a while, surfing and doing casual work, so I got good at spotting decent rentals, places just outside the towns where tourists didn't bother looking. Some of them were rough around the edges, but this one in particular felt wrong from the moment I pulled up. The listing said it was a heritage coastal cottage near a beach outside Bowen. The pictures showed white walls, big verandas, and mangroves beyond the back fence. It looked faded, but peaceful. The reviews were all short and generic. Great view, quiet stay, host very helpful. I booked 2 nights because I needed to reset somewhere quiet. The drive out from Bowen was long. Asphalt to gravel to coral dust. By sunset, even the sugarcane fields looked faded yellow. My phone had dropped service half an hour back, but the GPS offline map showed the little blue pin right where it should be. The place turned up at the end of a 1-lane track, surrounded by thick mangrove channels. No other houses, not even power lines. 2 solar panels on a tin shed beside the house. The driveway looked recently flattened, but there were no tire marks. Not even mine stayed long before vanishing in the dust. I figured that was just the light, exhaustion, maybe both. The host had left a key in a plastic box by the step, along with a typed note. Welcome. Sink runs slow but works. Please close veranda doors before dark. That last line stuck with me. Inside, everything was clean but too quiet. Old hardwood floors, heavy air that smelled faintly metallic. The fridge hummed, but the atmosphere didn't match it. No ambient insects, no breeze through the trees. Like the whole environment was holding its breath. After a quick dinner, I sat out on the veranda. The mangrove stretched forever, black silhouettes against the moonlight. their roots curling into dark water. Every few minutes, there'd be a heavy plunk somewhere offshore, fish or something else disturbing the stillness. Once or twice, I thought I heard a voice carry on the wind. But it died quickly. Around 9 p.m., the lights inside flickered, then steadied. I checked the battery inverter in the shed. It looked fine. But when I turned around to look back at the house, the interior lights didn't match what I'd left. The kitchen glow was too warm, like it came from incandescent bulbs instead of the LED strips that had definitely been there an hour ago. I chalked it up to faulty wiring and went to bed. When I woke in the middle of the night, something bright was cutting through the window slats. It wasn't moonlight. It was harsher, steady, like a floodlight pointed upward from somewhere near the mangroves. I got up, rubbed my eyes, and watched it pulse once before thinning into nothing. Because the bush stayed silent, that's what put me on edge. Not even frogs. Not even wind. Noise moves differently in northern air. It sticks. But that night, it was dead flat. Morning came gray and colorless. Every sound I made, footsteps, the scrape of a chair, felt delayed, just slightly out of time. I poured coffee and opened my phone again. The battery was full, but the time read 3:47 a.m., same as when I'd first woken up. It stayed stuck there all morning. That's when I realized something else was wrong. The digital clock on the stove, the microwave, and my watch all matched. 3:47 a.m., frozen without blinking. The second hand on my wristwatch stayed still no matter how long I stared. I decided to leave right then before thinking too much about it. But when I stepped outside, the ground between the veranda and the car looked different. Colors muted, footprints faint. The sky was the wrong texture, like glare on film. When I grabbed the handle on the car, the door opened heavy, like I was pulling against water pressure. The engine turned over fine, but the radio spat out bursts of quiet static, synced with the inverter hum from the shed. Looking through the windshield, I could still see the mangrove line, but every time I blinked, the trunks seemed to swap positions. I put it in gear and rolled down the driveway. 5 minutes later, nothing looked familiar. The turnoff to the main road wasn't there. The lane just curved back toward the beach. I drove till I reached sand flats scattered with mangrove roots. I stopped the car, stepped out, and saw tire marks already there. Mine, but faded, half covered by thin puddles that hadn't existed seconds before. Something about that made my chest tighten. I turned back toward the house, but the bush swallowed it completely. There was no roofline, no color or path, just a tan glare stretched under the heat. Eventually, I gave up trying to find the road and followed the coast north on foot, aiming to hit civilization that way. The silence was total. No birds, no crabs, even my own steps sounded clipped short. After maybe 20 minutes, a dry wind picked up and everything shifted back at once. The hum of cicadas exploded. My watch ticked forward, and the light around me went normal. I looked over my shoulder, and the house was there again, far down the shoreline, gray-white against the mangroves. This time, smoke curled faintly from the chimney. I didn't go back. I cut inland, found an actual road, and flagged the first car I saw, a local farmer hauling supplies. He said there's no property built near those mangroves anymore. Coastal erosion took everything decades ago. When I tried to show him the photo from the Airbnb listing, the image wouldn't load. Just a black square that my phone refused to refresh. The message history showed my booking as canceled. No listing name or confirmation email. About a week later, the charge cleared from my account. The business name read Mangrove Stay Limited, registered in 2013, last updated in 2016. I called the number connected to it. It rang once before switching to a flat mechanical tone that didn't match any Australian disconnect I've heard. I still can't explain the time gap. My smartwatch app shows my heart rate data stopping at 3:47 a.m. and resuming precisely 12 hours later. I threw the shoes I wore that night into the bin. They reeked of salt and mildew that shouldn't be there since I never stepped into water. But the mud on them had dried in these odd patterned cracks, almost like reptile skin, pale gray instead of brown. I don't book Airbnbs anymore when I travel remote. I stick to hostels and caravan parks, places with noise and Wi-Fi and proof they exist across multiple maps. Still, whenever I drive past Bowen late at night, I catch this glimmer in the mangroves far off the road, like a steady light shining upward. And sometimes, if I look too long, it blinks once, perfectly timed with my own pulse. The Girl in the Cove by Chloe V. I saved up for a year to spend a week in Bermuda. I wanted the pastel houses, the pink sand, and the turquoise water. I rented a little electric moped, since tourists can't drive cars there, and spent my days buzzing along the South Shore Road, stopping at every hidden cove between Warwick and Horseshoe Bay. This happened on my 4th day. I had found a tiny, unnamed beach tucked between 2 massive limestone cliffs. To get down to it, you had to scramble through a thicket of bay grape trees and salt-stunted cedars. It was completely secluded. No other mopeds were parked at the trailhead, and the only sound was the rhythmic slosh of the Atlantic hitting the reef. I was sitting on a flat rock, reapplying sunscreen, when I saw a girl standing at the edge of the water about 50 yards away. She looked like she was in her early 20s, just like me. She was wearing a bright yellow bikini, the exact shade of the one I had brought up for this trip. And she had her hair tied up in a messy bun with a pink scrunchie. She was standing perfectly still, facing the ocean. I felt a little spike of social anxiety, thinking I had stumbled into someone else's private moment. I looked down at my bag to grab my sunglasses, and when I looked back up, she was gone. I didn't see her swim out. I didn't see her walk into the trees. She just wasn't there. I figured she must have ducked behind one of the rock pillars, so I went back to my book. 10 minutes later, I heard a splash. I looked up, expecting to see her diving into a wave. Instead, I saw her standing on top of the limestone cliff directly above me. She was looking down at me. Her posture was stiff, her arms pinned to her sides like a toy soldier. And then she did something that made my skin crawl. She opened her mouth and let out a sound. It wasn't a scream, though. It was the exact sound of my moped's engine. It was a high-pitched electric whine, complete with a specific clunk my kickstand makes when I flick it up. It was loud, vibrating through the air, but the girl's chest wasn't moving. She wasn't breathing, the sound was just emitting from her like she was a speaker. I stood up, backing toward the trail. "Are you okay?" I shouted. The girl's head snapped toward me. Her neck didn't turn. The entire upper half of her body just rotated at the waist in a single jerky motion. "Are you okay?" she replied. It was my voice, not just a similar voice. It was like an exact recording of the words I had just spoken. It had the same rising inflection of a question, the same breathy quality at the end. The girl started to climb down the cliff. She didn't use her hands or feet like a normal person. She seemed to slide down the vertical rock face, her body remaining upright while she glided over the jagged limestone. It looked like she was being dragged down by an invisible wire, almost like someone in a video game. As she got closer, I saw the glitch in the rendering. The yellow bikini wasn't fabric. It was just a flat, matte color that didn't have any texture or seams. Her hair was not individual strands. It was a solid, plastic-looking mass. And her eyes. They weren't eyes. They were just two swirls of pink sand where the pupils should have been. I didn't wait. I turned and scrambled through the bay grapes, ignoring the thorns scratching my legs. I reached my moped and fumbled with the keys. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped them into the sandy grass. I knelt down to grab them, and I heard the voice again right behind me. "Are you okay?" I looked up. The girl was standing on the other side of my moped, but she was different now. She was taller. Her limbs had lengthened, and her skin was starting to turn the same grayish white as the limestone cliffs. Her yellow bikini was stretching and tearing, revealing more of that porous, rocky flesh underneath. She reached out a hand. Her fingers were long and blunt, like smoothed down coral. "Have a pink sand day," she said. That was the phrase the woman at the hotel check-in desk used every morning. The mimic had picked it up. The voice was a perfect copy of the hotel clerk's cheerful local accent, but it was coming out of this half-formed rock creature in the woods. I grabbed my keys, jumped on the moped, and gunned the motor. I didn't look back until I hit the main road. I drove straight back to Hamilton and didn't leave my hotel room for the rest of the night. When I checked my phone later, I looked at the photos I had taken at the cove before all this happened. In every single shot, there was a yellow blur in the background. It wasn't a person. It was a pillar of limestone that seemed to be changing shape from one photo to the next, something I hadn't noticed in person. In the last photo, the pillar had a pink scrunchie hanging from a jagged edge. I still have that scrunchie. I found it in my beach bag when I got home to North Carolina. I never bought a pink scrunchie. I don't even like pink. But when I touch it, it feels cold, like a piece of wet stone, and it smells like salt and rotting cedar. I don't go to secluded beaches anymore. I like the crowded ones where there are plenty of people making noise and splashing in the water. I like the chaos of a real crowd, because I know that in the quiet corners of the world, the land is watching. It's learning our shapes. It's learning our voices. And sometimes it decides it wants to come home with us. I've been back in Raleigh for a month now. Yesterday I was in the shower, and I heard a splash in the hallway. I looked out, but the floor was dry. And then, from the living room, I heard the sound of my moped's engine. I don't even have a moped. It was the same kind that I had rented there. The Vanishing Candle. So last summer, I stayed in this old villa that someone turned into a guest house just outside Rome. It looked like something from a movie, with all these arched windows and ivy everywhere, and there was a fountain in the courtyard that never really worked. Every room had some old thing in it, which mostly meant the floors were weird and the doors didn't close right. But honestly, I thought it was cool. In my room, there was this little table with a brass candle holder, and it actually had a real candle in it, one you would use for light, not just for decoration. The host said some people used it for the vibe or whatever. I wasn't planning to light it. But then there was a storm and the power kept flickering. So I thought, why not? I lit the candle, read for a bit, then blew it out before bed. I even double-checked because the wind was making me nervous about starting a fire. I woke up sometime before sunrise. The candle was lit. It was just sitting there with this little steady flame, like it had been burning for ages. The wick was shorter, and there was a puddle of wax. The weird thing was, it didn't even smell like smoke or anything, so I figured it must have been going for a while. I sat up super fast. At first I thought maybe I just messed up and didn't blow it out right. But I knew I did. I literally watched it go out and checked twice because I was so paranoid about fire. So I blew it out again, really hard this time, and put the candle holder way over on the dresser across the room. I couldn't really fall asleep well after that, but I guess eventually I did. The next day, I walked around in the heat for ages, just looking at all the cool things. When I got back, I took a shower, got ready for bed, and checked the candle. Still on the dresser, wick was black, nothing weird. I didn't touch it. I kept the window cracked to let in some air and went to sleep. Then, after midnight or something, I woke up because I could see light even with my eyes closed. I opened my eyes, and yep, that stupid candle was lit again. But now it was on the bedside table and turned a totally different way than how I left it. I noticed the handle was turned like someone had actually carried it over and put it down on the nightstand. At this point, I started to feel a little freaked out. What if I had moved my hand in my sleep and knocked that over? I'm not saying something or someone was intentionally trying to harm me, but I didn't like that the candle had moved at all, and I really didn't like that it had moved so close to my bed. So this time I put it in the bathroom sink. I figured if somehow it lit itself again, at least it couldn't burn the place down. I closed the bathroom door, just in case, and got back in bed. Honestly, I think I just passed out from being tired. At like 4 a.m, I woke up again, and I swear that candle was back on the bedside table, lit. The bathroom door was still closed. The whole place was dead silent, which somehow made it even creepier. I didn't fall back asleep that night. At the risk of sounding insane, I figured I would tell the host there was something wrong with the candle. I tried to keep it vague. I mean, I couldn't exactly be like, "Hey, your ghosts keep lighting my candle." But when I brought it up, the lady acted like I had told her it was raining. She just said, "Well, I'm not surprised. It was her favorite room, after all." She barely even looked up when she said it. I asked who her was, and the lady just said, "Oh, the previous owner. She left a lot of her little habits behind. I wouldn't worry about it." I could tell she wasn't going to say anything else. But just to be safe, I took the candle out to the courtyard that day and put it way out on the edge of a stone planter. I figured if it wanted to light itself again, at least it wouldn't be right next to me. No idea why I thought that would actually work, but nope, because at 2 a.m, I woke up and that stupid candle was back on my bedside table, lit again. I didn't even bother blowing it out this time. I just lay in bed watching it, trying to figure out why the heck this ghost wanted to burn a candle so badly. At least it wasn't a wild, sputtering flame, I figured. I was still trying to figure out what was going on, and I guess I just fell back asleep, because the next thing I knew, I woke up again, and the candle was out. I only had one more day there, but thankfully not another night. I decided to put the candle, which was finally cold, in the cupboard. It wasn't even time to get up yet, but I told myself that if it showed up on my bedside table again, I was just going to leave. I put it in the cupboard, got back in bed, and somehow managed to fall asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I went to get the candle and put it back where it started out, but it was just gone. I looked everywhere. and I couldn't find it at all. I still have no idea what actually happened. But hey, at least now I have a story for when people ask me about the creepiest thing that's ever happened. We Saw Something Watching Us at Red River Gorge by Derek. I live in Lexington now, but I grew up not far from Red River Gorge in Kentucky. Around there, the gorge is treated like a backyard. People camp and hike and climb, families go for day trips, tourists pour in every summer. But even with all that, there are still pockets of the forest where you can walk for an hour and never hear another person. This happened to me, my cousin Mark, and our friend Jess a few years back. The three of us had camped at the gorge plenty of times. Fall was our favorite. When the leaves turned, and the air at night had that crisp, clean edge. And, of course, fewer tourists. On this particular trip, it was late September. We planned a 2-night stay, hike in about 5 miles, set up near a ridge, and just relax. The first day was perfect. We hiked the trails, set up camp, grilled hot dogs over the fire. Told dumb stories as the sun went down. Just normal camping stuff. By around 10, the woods had gone quiet. No traffic noise, no other voices. Just us and the crackle of the fire. We were sitting there when Jess pointed out the fog. It was rolling through the trees in thin ribbons, low to the ground. It was weird considering how dry it had been, but in the firelight, it looked almost cinematic. "That's a horror movie shot right there," she joked. We laughed. Something about saying it out loud, though, made the scene feel staged. Around midnight, we all crawled into the tent. I fell asleep fast. Sometime later, I woke up to the sound of movement outside. It wasn't the random rustle of a small animal or wind in the underbrush. These were careful footsteps that circled the tent once, each step close enough that I could almost feel it through the ground. Then they stopped. The silence that followed felt heavier than the sound itself. I held my breath and whispered to Mark, asking if he was awake. He whispered back that he was, and that he'd heard it too. Neither of us moved. We just lay there, rigid, listening to our own breathing and waiting for whatever it was to touch the tent or move on. After a minute or so, the footsteps started again. This time, they sounded farther away, over near the ridge. The pattern was almost like pacing, back and forth, over and over. And then I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember is morning light. We didn't make a big deal out of it over breakfast. We mentioned it in passing and then shrugged it off, chalking it up to nerves and the weirdness of being deep in the woods. By afternoon, it had started to feel less like an event and more like a creepy detail we would laugh about later. That night wiped the smile off it. We'd finished dinner and were back by the fire. This time, the fog came in thicker, curling around the trees and swallowing in the distance. The ridge that had been clearly visible earlier blurred into a white wall. The world felt smaller, pressed in around our campsite. Jess stopped mid-sentence and stared toward the ridge. "Do you see that?" she asked. I followed her gaze. At first I saw nothing but fog. Then my stomach dropped. Something was standing in the fog. It was tall and gray, its outline hazy where the mist softened it. The shoulders were narrow, the arms too long. It was just human enough to register as a figure, but just wrong enough that my brain kept trying to reject it. It wasn't moving, it just stood there, half hidden in the fog, watching us. The three of us froze. Nobody said anything. The fire popped and sent up a spray of sparks that disappeared into the mist, but the figure didn't so much as flinch. "Maybe another hiker," Mark whispered. But no hiker stands completely still in thick fog, in the dark, silently watching a random campsite. There would be a hello, a headlamp, something, but this was just stillness. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it toward the ridge. The beam hit the fog and scattered. I could see hints of trees and brush and rocks, but the figure was gone. There was nowhere obvious it could have gone in that amount of time, but it wasn't there anymore. We sat there, shaky, trying to convince ourselves we'd all imagined it. None of us really believed that, but saying it out loud made it easier to keep sitting by the fire instead of sprinting to the car in the middle of the night. Later, in the tent, I couldn't settle. Every sound outside felt magnified. At one point, I heard heavy breathing just beyond the door flap. Slow, close enough that I could picture condensation forming where they hit the nylon. I clenched my eyes shut and didn't move. I didn't unzip the tent. I didn't call out. The breathing went on for what felt like forever, and then finally faded away. By dawn, I had almost convinced myself that I'd dreamed that part, at least. And then I stepped outside. The ground around the fire pit was covered in prints. They weren't boot prints, and they weren't any animal prints. They were long and narrow, pressed deeper at the front, like something heavy had been dragging its weight forward with each step. The pattern circled our camp, coming too close for comfort. We packed up in record time without speaking. Nobody was arguing about leaving a day early. None of us wanted to find out what a third night would bring. The hike out felt different than the hike in. Every bend in the trail felt like a place where something could be waiting. Every stand of fog clinging to a low spot in the forest looked like it could hide a tall, gray figure. At one point, Jess muttered that she felt like we were being watched. I didn't say it out loud, but I felt the same. It was like there were eyes on us from the tree line, tracking us all the way back to the parking lot. When we finally stepped out of the woods and into the gravel lot, the relief was almost dizzying. I tossed my pack in the car and turned back for one last look at the ridge. Fog still clung there, even though the rest of the area was clearing. For just a second, I thought I saw a tall gray shape standing at the edge of it, watching us leave. We didn't talk about it on the drive home. Weeks later, when the silence started to loosen, Mark mentioned that he'd heard people talk about something called the Gray Man of the Smokies, a figure hikers sometimes see in fog. Most people shrug those stories off as imagination, but I don't. I know what I saw, and I know I wasn't the only one who saw it. Sometimes, the thing you feel watching you from the fog isn't just a feeling. It's standing right there. You just don't always get to see it twice. Someone Waiting Outside by Naomi T. I lived alone for 3 years in an old apartment building just outside Nakano in western Tokyo. It was one of those narrow concrete walk-up buildings where the doors all face a shared balcony-like corridor that runs the length of the floor. Every unit looked the same. Metal doors, frosted glass windows, single gas heaters, and paint peeling like dried paper. Rent was cheap, and that was enough for me back then. I worked at a small design firm in Shibuya, long hours, often back home after midnight. The building itself was quiet, which I liked. Most tenants were old men or night workers. You rarely saw anyone in the hallway. The odd thing started the second winter I lived there. It was around 1:30 a.m. I'd just gotten home, made tea, and sat down to check emails when I heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow, even, and pacing. I figured it was just one of my neighbors going to the shared sink or smoking area, but the steps stopped right outside my door. Nobody knocked, but nobody moved away either. They just stayed there. The sound was not faint. The echo in those concrete corridors made every step distinct. I remember sitting very still, waiting for the next one. After maybe 10 seconds of silence, I got up and looked through the peephole. No one there. The fluorescent light outside flickered once, and that gave me just enough detail to see the corner. Completely empty. The air was still. I stood there for a full minute before convincing myself the sound must have come from upstairs. The floors were thin and carried noise. I crawled into bed and didn't think much more of it. It happened again 3 nights later. Some pacing, halt at my door. I froze mid-scroll on my phone, listening to the rhythm slow until it stopped at the same point. This time, when I looked through the peephole, the light above my door was off. It didn't turn back on until after I pulled my face away. That bothered me. Those hallway lights were on sensors, motion sensors. There had to be motion nearby to keep them active. I asked my upstairs neighbor the next morning if I'd woken him walking late or if anyone else had complained about noise. He looked puzzled, told me his room was on the opposite side, and that no one even lived in the unit above mine. It had been empty for months. The following Sunday, it escalated. I'd fallen asleep on the futon while watching something on my laptop and woke to muffled footsteps, but this time they didn't come from far down the corridor. They began right outside. Steady, slow, dragging steps, going 4 or 5 paces one way, 4 or 5 back. The pattern was so precise it didn't sound human. I lay still, barely breathing, pretending to sleep. The pacing stopped once more near the door. Then the handle rattled, softly, like someone trying it with caution. I didn't move. The only sound was my heartbeat pounding against the thin wall between us. Whoever it was didn't knock, just lingered long enough for me to lose track of seconds. When I finally grabbed the courage to get up, I took 1 step toward the door and heard that same pattern of steps, but now moving away, slow and clear, turning the corner until they faded. That was the first night I left the light on while sleeping. Over the next week, it became routine, always between 1 and 2 in the morning. Steps, stop, wait, nothing else. Once I heard the sound of shuffling, a shoe dragging slightly. Other times it circled close to my door as if tracing the threshold. One night I pressed my ear against the metal, and I swore I could hear faint breathing on the other side. I started leaving the TV on low to drown it out. Out of desperation, I asked the landlord about it. His reaction chilled me more than the noise ever had. When I mentioned the pacing, his face tightened subtly, and then he said, "That building carries sound strangely. Try earplugs." When I pushed, he told me something strange about the property. Years ago, before they renovated, the place had been weekly rental housing for single workers. One tenant, a reclusive woman, disappeared. They found her weeks later after neighbors complained of a smell. She'd collapsed in front of her own door, key in hand, as if trying to get out. Her unit? Mine. He said that was 15 years ago, and that he only mentioned it so I wouldn't imagine things, and then apologized for saying too much. That night, everything went quiet for the first time in weeks. It was almost worse. The silence felt staged, like whoever had been walking was waiting for me to stop expecting it. I couldn't sleep. Around 3 a.m., I finally got up, turned off the TV, and opened the window to hear anything else. Wind, traffic, the city breathing, anything. It grounded me. And then, behind me, the floorboards creaked once. My eyes darted to the door. The light in the corridor came on by itself. No footsteps followed, just the faint buzz of the old fluorescent bulb. When I leaned close to the peephole, at first it showed the usual empty stretch. But then I realized what was wrong. The light outside my door was the only one on. Every other one down the hall was dark. There was movement, barely perceptible shadows shifting by the railing on the left side. My heart jammed in my throat. It looked like the edge of a shoulder, leaning forward. I blinked. Nothing. Then abrupt blackness. The hallway light went out. When I backed away, my phone screen lit up behind me. A text from a coworker sent hours earlier. Quote, "Your building's kind of creepy. I could hear footsteps when I dropped off your bag." End quote. I had left my spare key with her that day because she had stored some of her stuff in my room before moving. She said she came by at about 8, heard pacing, assumed that I was home, but I hadn't returned until after 10. The pattern hasn't left me since. Last year, I moved closer to Kichijoji. New building, better neighborhood, thicker walls. I don't talk about that apartment anymore, though. Sometimes I still dream about that thin concrete corridor, glowing under bad fluorescent light. Every dream is the same. I'm standing at my door, holding the handle from the inside, listening as someone shifts their weight barely a meter away. The sound doesn't frighten me now, but what happens next always wakes me up. The moment when it stops pacing and crouches down, right up against the door, matching its breath to mine like it's learned the rhythm. Sometimes when I wake up, I still hear that faint scuffling behind whatever door separates me from the next place I live. It always passes after a few minutes, and I always figure it's just my imagination. But the thing I can't stop noticing is that every building I move into, no matter how new, my door is always scratched at the base, like something's worn the paint away by waiting. The Fog Bank off Point Reyes by Nicole D. I drive for a rideshare company in the Bay Area. I've been doing that for about 4 years. Mostly, I work nights and weekends, stick to San Francisco and the peninsula, occasionally take longer trips if the money's right. Last October, I picked up a fare going from the Marina District out to Point Reyes Station, a tiny town north of San Francisco on the coast. The passenger was offering surge pricing, and it was a slow night, so I took it. The guy got in at around 10 p.m., mid-30s, carrying a backpack. Said he had a friend's place out there that he was staying at for the weekend. Normal conversation for the first hour. We took Highway 101 north, and then cut west on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard toward the coast. The road gets pretty isolated once you leave the suburbs, winding through hills and ranchland with almost no development. Around 11:15, we hit fog. Heavy fog, the kind you get on the California coast, where visibility drops to maybe 30 feet. I slowed down to about 25 miles per hour, following the center line because the shoulder was not visible. My passenger stopped talking and was looking at his phone. I focused on driving. The road through that area runs roughly parallel to the coast for several miles before it reaches Point Reyes Station. There's a stretch where you're maybe half a mile inland, separated from the ocean by low hills and some dairy farms. That's where things got strange. The fog suddenly cleared. Completely cleared, like we'd driven through a wall. Visibility went from almost nothing to crystal clear in the span of maybe 10 feet. I could see stars overhead. The road ahead was visible for at least a quarter mile. I remember thinking that was weird. Fog doesn't usually break that abruptly, especially out there. But I was relieved to be able to see properly again. And then I noticed the ocean. It was on my right side, directly adjacent to the road. There were no hills or farms, no buffer zone at all. Just dark water stretching out from the shoulder, maybe 15 feet from the edge of the pavement. I could even hear waves. I had driven that route before, multiple times, both during the day and at night. The ocean is simply not visible from that section of road. You're inland. There are hills between you and the water. But I was looking right at it. Moonlight reflecting off the surface. White foam from small breakers visible near the road. My passenger asked if we were still on the right route. I told him yeah, we were on Sir Francis Drake heading toward Point Reyes Station like we should be. He said it didn't look right. The road seemed wrong. I checked my GPS and it showed us exactly where we should be, on the correct highway, ETA 15 minutes to our destination. But the landscape didn't match. The road was the same. The pavement and lane markings looked identical to what I remembered. Everything else was different. The ocean, right there next to us. No buildings or fence posts or signs. Just empty road and water. I kept driving. After maybe 2 miles, my passenger said he could see lights up ahead. I looked and there was a town. Not Point Reyes Station. Something bigger. I could see a cluster of buildings, streetlights, what looked like a small harbor with docks and boats. The GPS still showed us approaching Point Reyes Station from the correct direction. We got closer to the lights and I started seeing details. The buildings looked old. Victorian-era architecture. False fronts like you might see in historical photos of gold rush towns. The streets were lit, but I couldn't see any people. There were no cars parked anywhere. The town looked empty but maintained. My passenger told me to stop. He sounded scared. And honestly, so was I. I pulled over and we both sat there looking at this town that shouldn't be there. I checked the GPS again. It showed us half a mile from Point Reyes Station, but we were clearly looking at something else. Then we hit the fog again. The same abrupt transition, like driving through a curtain. Visibility dropped to almost zero. I crept forward at maybe 10 miles per hour. After about 3 minutes, the fog thinned, and I could see that we were entering Point Reyes Station. The actual Point Reyes Station. The small town I'd been to before. Population around 800, a few shops, some houses, everything closed up for the night. My passenger got out at his destination without saying much, tipped me cash and went inside. I sat in my car for a few minutes trying to process what had just happened. I checked my dash cam footage. The camera had been recording the whole drive, but the section where we had seen the ocean and the strange town was corrupted. It was just static and distortion for about 8 minutes of recording time, and then it picked back up normally when we reached Point Reyes Station. I drove back to San Francisco that night, taking Highway 1 down the coast instead of retracing my route. Took an extra hour, but I did not want to go back through that area in the dark alone. I've done some research since then. There were coastal towns in that area during the 1800s that don't exist anymore. Some were abandoned when the railroad routes changed. Others were destroyed by the 1906 earthquake. I found a few historical photos, and the architecture matches what I saw. I haven't taken a fare out to Point Reyes since. The Blue Shift by Marcus L. I worked in the Navy for 6 years. Most of that time was routine. People imagine drama at sea, but naval duty is repetition. Watches, drills, metal corridors, constant noise. The ocean isn't really that scary, until it stops behaving how you expect it to. This happened in June of 2017. I was crew on a destroyer patrolling an area west of Midway, 3 days out of Pearl Harbor. The night was standard operations. Low speed, equipment checks, everything logged. I had just taken over the midnight to 4 a.m. watch. The ship ran under black conditions, so no external lights, only the faint red of our instruments. The sea that night was calm, right down to the texture, like brushed aluminum. I had seen calm seas before, but I had never experienced silence like that. The radar screen hummed emptiness. There were no contacts or birds or surface clutter. Just our own echo pulsing clean in the center. I started my standard checks, heading steady, engine output nominal, and glanced out through the bridge window. Even under starlight, I could see our wake trailing behind, phosphorescent foam, faint but steady. And then I noticed something off. Our wake wasn't dispersing. The glow stayed, like we were dragging lines of light through glass rather than water. I noted it down, thinking fatigue was catching me. A few minutes later, the radar emitted a short, sharp tone, one that means a contact flickered on and then vanished. It happens sometimes when there's atmospheric interference. I called down to CIC just to confirm their set read the same. They came back confused. No contact registered on their feed, but the rangefinder started cycling automatically like it had latched onto something. At around 12:47 in the morning, the whole radar sweep blinked once, froze, and then melted back to normal. But I swear, for those 2 seconds before it returned, every console on the bridge glowed faint blue, not red or white like normal. When radar stabilized, the screen showed a return roughly 6 miles off the bow, a large surface echo, stationary. I relayed it to the officer of the deck, Lieutenant Harper, let's say, who appeared immediately, calm but tense. He peered through binoculars. Nothing on the visible horizon. And then the sound changed. Naval ships constantly hum. Vibrations, engines, the beat of turbines. Suddenly, all that dropped out of range, leaving only low vibrations below perception. Every metal panel underfoot seemed to resonate at the same subsonic tone. The ship slowed without order. You could hear the difference in prop rhythm. Harper contacted engineering and they swore the throttle was steady, yet the pitch dropped 10%. Someone from sonar called up. Surface reflection under us. Shallow water return, but we're 3,000 fathoms deep. I checked our depth chart. No seamounts in 200 nautical miles. we were above the abyssal plain. A few seconds later, all at once the water's color shifted. Even without the moonlight, the change was clear. The usual dark slate became bright cobalt, like looking down into glowing ink. It wasn't reflection. The light came from beneath. Harper said, "Whatever that is, we're moving clear." We started minor course correction. The vessel still lagged, as if drag had increased. The luminous patch spread outward around us, rippling like heat distortion. The light wasn't continuous either. It pulsed in a rhythm. Long, short, long, repeated across a 10-second cycle. One of the lookouts said that it was moving with us, and he was right. The beam pattern elongated beneath the hull, matching our speed perfectly. And then all of our communications went dead. Short-range radios first. Then external channels, replaced by a soft, widening hiss that filled every speaker. It wasn't static, though. It sounded more like breath against glass. CIC reported total system freeze, and then full blackout. Emergency lighting kicked to yellow. The deck under our boots began to vibrate, slow enough that you could count it between breaths. At 1:08, Harper ordered a full engine reverse. When the crew in the propulsion room looked at their gauges, it said gear was already in reverse, though we were still moving forward at 5 knots. Then came a sound I will never forget. Metal flexing inward. Not like an impact, more like the hull expanding and contracting, as though pressure outside changed every few seconds. No pattern, no sense. Men started covering their ears even though there really wasn't a loud source. The frequency just crawled into you. The blue glow brightened until everything washed in that color, surface and air blending. It didn't look like light moving through water. It looked like the water became the source, and we were inside it. The bridge instruments stopped flickering. They simply froze in that pale hue. Someone screamed below deck. I didn't find out why until later. One of the lower engine operators said he saw shadows swimming inside the bulkhead. His words exactly. Not outside the portholes, inside the metal. He said they looked human but stretched, like silhouettes brushed across thin foil. I can't confirm that. I didn't see them. What I did see, through the port glass, was something rising toward us. Slow, vertical, broader than any whale. The light intensified as it rose until the surface broke in absolute silence. There was no spray, not a single noise, just displacement. The mass under us pressed upward in a slow wave motion that rocked the destroyer like a leaf in syrup. Every sound paused again. And then came the voice on the radio. It was not a call sign. It wasn't a broadcast frequency any of us used. It was plain speech in a male voice, calm and clipped, a mid-range English accent. Area maintained, relay complete. That was it, and then static. The light faded. Radar flicked back online, blank except for our own return. Power stabilized and engines regained normal pitch. Harper stood frozen for several seconds, and then ordered us to log system-wide reset, possible electronic warfare anomaly. It sounded absurd even as he said it. When dawn broke, sea surface temperature read 5 degrees higher than average for that sector. The blue residue, whatever caused the glow, clung to parts of our hull like dusted paint for about a day, until it finally washed off. The sample filters in our seawater intakes all registered magnetic particle overload. The official maintenance log lists temporary magnetospheric phenomena. They never mentioned the transmission. Here's the part that still bugs me, though. 3 years later, long after I left the service, a buddy who still serves on another destroyer messaged me. He said his ship's comtech caught a repeating transmission while crossing west of Midway that month. Same coordinates within half a nautical mile. Message contained only 2 phrases, alternating. Relay incomplete and area maintained. The timestamp on that signal repeated hourly for exactly 11 hours and then vanished mid-cycle. He didn't know my story. I had never told him the details. It's a little bit taboo to talk about stuff like that. Until then, I kept it boxed up as an anomaly, something electromagnetic or atmospheric that scrambled sensory perception. But that phrase still sounds like an instruction, not an accident. The ocean runs on laws so old they shrug at ours. Maybe it logs things on its own scale, relay protocols or mechanical echoes we mistake for currents, I don't know. But I know the night it glowed beneath us. The water was not reflecting stars. It was imitating them. And whatever handles those relays did not expect us drifting through its signal.